Thank you, members of the WRC, for inviting me here to speak about combating hate. I want to thank Clarence for that point about the women leaders in our community, because in my life I've had more professors teaching me in theology who were women than men, and I'm the pastor of St. Mary's Parish now, lots of women leaders there, and it's dedicated to the Mother of Jesus, so just appreciate that point you made. So I've noticed that in my life here in this community, I'm from this community. I belong to the Congregation of the Resurrection, which is a Roman Catholic Christian community of brothers and priests. We've been here for about 170 years. Most of the Catholic parishes and institutions we've helped found. And I was enamored with the legacy that they built based on this belief that Jesus rose from the dead. And I've always been a believer myself in Christianity and open to other faith traditions and their insights. And when it comes to the topic of hatred, I've noticed in my work here, doing mostly the outreach, that it exists where there is great suffering, isolation, fear, and misunderstanding. And what I hope to do during my talk is to offer from the Christian Catholic tradition opportunities for us to understand how we combat it with wellness, community, self-sacrificing love, and seeking to understand each other. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to welcome Sanson Senei, representing humanism.
Just before I give a preview of my session, I just want to say that I'm an atheist from Iran, and I sincerely thank the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jama'at for including a humanist voice today, because, you know, they don't have to do that, but I do appreciate it very much. So just a sneak peek into what's to come. Hate is often spoken of as if it were an unstoppable force in the world, something that rises and spreads on its own beyond our reach. But when we look closely at the events shaping this moment in history, with everything that's going on right now, here south of the border, around the world, we see a very different reality. Hate does not appear out of nowhere. It grows from choices that we make. We make choices about how we speak to one another. We make choices about how we teach our children, how we react to fear, and how we treat those who live differently from us. And all across the globe, we continue to witness rising hostility between communities. It's fueled by misinformation, political divides, and a sense of growing uncertainty. So from neighborhood disputes to international conflicts, the same patterns keep emerging, right? People turning away from one another, people assuming the worst of one another, people retreating into suspicion instead of cooperation. And these patterns may feel new in 2025, but they are not new. They recur throughout history, whenever societies drift toward fear rather than understanding. So as a humanist, as an atheist, I don't look to a higher power for explanations or solutions. I look to what human beings have already shown that we are able to accomplish, both the harm that we cause and the progress that we can create. And it's that tension between our capacity to wound and our capacity to repair that I want to explore this afternoon. So, because for all the headlines reminding us of how persistent hate can be, there are also quieter stories of people who refuse to accept that division is inevitable. Scientists who use their work to bring nations together, artists who challenge prejudice through creativity, educators who help young people develop empathy and curiosity, and activists who insist that dignity cannot be selective. These stories tell us something important, that hate persists, not because it is stronger than us, but because we sometimes fail to choose otherwise. So if we want to understand how to confront hate, we must first understand how it survives, how it spreads, and how it takes root in ordinary moments. Only then can we seriously consider what it means to take responsibility for changing the conditions that allow it to flourish. So at my theme session later this afternoon, that is the path I'll be inviting us to walk together. It's not a path of certainty. I won't have easy answers, but it will be one of honest examination, or at least the best I can do in 10 minutes. So it won't be a set of answers from God, or a God, or any God. It will be a clear-eyed look at the questions that we, as logical, rational, thinking, intelligent human beings, must be brave enough to ask. So I'm looking forward to that later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It promises to be an interesting conversation this afternoon. I would now like to invite some of our dignitaries up to bring greetings. We'll start with Chair Karen Redmond, Region of Waterloo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I bring greetings on behalf of the Regional Council. Some of my colleagues are here and they've already been introduced. It's truly an honor to share this podium and stage with so many community leaders, builders, deep thinkers, and provokers. I want to acknowledge that our many partners here today, including representatives from the community and faith organization, groups, municipalities, and other higher levels of government. It's incredible that this gathering has been happening for 43 years, and fitting it that this year's conference is in the region of Waterloo, where we recently launched We All Belong Here campaign. This community-led campaign is aimed at raising awareness and addressing hate and harm based on one's identity. As interfaith groups continue to work together to build understanding and respect, the broader community came together to do the same. As the campaign is shared, one of the things that we have learned is that not everybody understands hate and how it can escalate. Without that understanding, it is hard to wrap your head around the importance of combating hate. We're not born to hate. It's not in our hearts. We learn this response over time through external and internal factors. But what is most important is that we can stop this from happening with early intervention. When we can challenge biased attitudes and behaviors in ourselves, others, and institutions, we can interrupt the escalation of bias and make it more difficult for hate to grow. Right now, hate is a growing issue. Waterloo Region has the highest rate of hate crimes per capita in Canada. The latest vital signs report from the Kitchener-Waterloo Community Foundation shows that belonging is eroding, and that we continue to hear from community members that hate is a growing concern. It's important now more than ever to dismantle the biases, the stereotypes, and the prejudice that fuels hate. The We All Belong campaign is a direct response to the growing concern about hate in Waterloo Region. It is led by an incredible and diverse group of community and grassroots organizations, area municipalities, different sectors, and individuals with lived experience. The goal is to build a community where everyone feels safe to be their truly selves and is celebrated for who they are. One of the key pillars of this campaign that lines so well with today's conference is that we are stronger when we work together. Too often in challenging times, we lose sight of this and we end up divided or fractured. We need to remind ourselves and each other that the way forward is to build bridges across differences and through challenges. Gatherings like this one reflect, provide insight and hope. They encourage us to really see what could be if we work together. One of the speakers with us today opened my eyes to these possibilities when I was elected as regional chair. Clarence Kakagi had a vision. His vision included education and reconciliation for both Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. It included all of us, as he demonstrated with his comments today. He wondered what could be. And when I asked him what he was asking of me as the newly minted regional chair, he said simply, "I want you to walk with me." This journey of walking together has been a commitment we bring to our work every day. Walking together builds understanding, it bridges divides, it offers hope for the future of mutual respect and togetherness. We need to take the time to learn about our neighbors, their faiths, their beliefs, their identities. When we open ourselves up, we find common ground, and only then can we really imagine what could be. Together, all of us share values of kindness and peace. As leaders and allies, we must continue to offer hope. Today, we share perspectives on how spiritual teachings, moral principles, and lived experience can help root out prejudice and intolerance. Let us continue to work together towards an inclusive vision of communities locally and beyond, where everyone feels safe, comfortable, and celebrated for who they are. I look forward to hearing from each of our speakers and to learn more from these discussions and the shared insights. Thank you, miigwech.
Thank you so much. I would now like to welcome Ashlyn Clancy, MPP, Kitchener Centre, to say a few words.
Thank you, Mary Lou. We've known each other a while. We were on co-work together, a Community Coalition of Refugee and Immigrant Concerns, always trying to work together to make sure that our community works towards inclusion and make it a welcoming space. Thank you to Nabil and all the folks from the Ahmadiyya community for bringing us all together today. And thank you to all of you for making time to come here on a Sunday. It warms my heart to see so many folks with open minds and open hearts share their time to build an inclusive and understanding community. I am from Cambridge. I live in Kitchener now, but I grew up in the Catholic faith. I now identify as Unitarian, but I value my spiritual upbringing. It brought me so much peace, and we learn a lot through our traditions. And that's the rub today, is how do we hold on to traditions, pass on that wisdom to our young people, but also challenge ourselves to be open and grow to include others. As a social worker, I've seen troubling trends for our young people, especially as we rely more and more on social media to get information. We end up in these echo chambers and bubbles where we don't actually even hear the same information, and it leads to a lot of misinformation and disinformation, and that does lead to hate. So I'm grateful for this World Religions Conference and anti-hate focus, because I think it's through this platform we can break down these barriers and understand each other and share our personal stories and our wisdom. I appreciate, I was a settlement worker, and we had a program called the Host Program. And when politics became anti-immigrant, we made cuts to immigration funding, and that Host Program stopped. The Host Program that I was part of in my formative years in my 20s, we had newcomers being partnered with people who were more settled in the community, whether they were new or born here or not. And it created so many lasting friendships that I value to this day. And my Reverend, Jessica Rodella, says equity is at your kitchen table. So we can say the words we want to say here, but who is with you at your birthday? Who's at your kitchen table? And I'll say it's in our communities. We know that our faith communities can be divided at times, but I've been so humbled by Nabil inviting me to an iftar, and I've had Sikh friends inviting me to the Gurdwara, and I've been to the temple. So I want to thank all of you, and Clarence in 100 David Street to the Sacred Fires. Thank you for always opening doors and inviting people in. But it takes a lot to change traditions, and I do want to be honest. I'm going to name as many isms as I can, because I think we can't combat one kind of hate. We have to combat them all, and that's the bridge that Chair Redmond was talking about mutual understanding. And I want to thank CMW, because they created a trailblazing platform where people can feel safe to speak up against hate, and I know they partner with our police services, because we do have the highest reports of police hate, but I think it's because we've created safe spaces for people to open up and talk about that. That doesn't mean that stat doesn't haunt me every day. And when I go to the legislature, I want to fight that hate, no matter whose community, no matter whose youth or whose individual is facing that. So I do want to shout out Fazia and her team there for creating this initiative that was truly remarkable and is a leader in all of Canada. And so it's a beautiful thing. Thank you. So we have to fight sexism in our faith communities and in all of our communities. We have to fight homophobia and transphobia. We have to fight classism. There's a lot of greed. I think probably the number one source of all of our hate is greed, because how do those social media companies make money? It's through sowing division. How do powerful men like Trump get into power? It's through sowing division and spewing hate. So we have to fight that greed. And faith communities have been leaders in this for millennia. Racism, anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Black racism, anti-Palestinian racism, ableism, Islamophobia, antisemitism, anti-Sikh hate, anti-Hindu hate, anti-Christian hate, all the hates. And we need to make sure we have human rights for all. I think the way we'll fight hate is with love, is with education and critical thinking. I know sometimes critical thinking is hard. It creates a messy environment when we want to believe in one thing, but I do believe that it is a messy thing when we can stop down and reflect and look in the mirror. It's that love that is really important. It's important for our communities and for the next generation who look to us for love. And they look to us to take good care of our planet. I'm here because I am worried about humanity. That greed fuels oil and gas companies to take more than they need. It fuels a trend of increasing number of billionaires, increasing number of people facing homelessness. And that's why I put forward the Homelessness Ends with Housing Act. And I'll keep fighting to make sure that people stop amassing immense wealth and at the expense and extraction of people who are facing marginalization. So thank you so much to all of you for coming here today. I know I missed somebody in my ism list, but I hope you'll forgive me, and I look to learn. That's the one thing I value most about this job, is that you invite me in and you tell me your truth and what you need to make your community stronger and better and more welcoming and loving. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and I hope you have a wonderful day, and we all leave here thinking on what we can do to change this course of history and move in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I would now like to invite Jan Liggett, Mayor of Cambridge, to come forward.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the City of Cambridge and Cambridge City Council, it's an honor to once again join you for today's conference. This conference, as we know, has a proud history of fostering dialogue and understanding amongst diverse faiths and philosophies. And today's theme, combating hate, could not be more important. But more than a theme, this is a call to action, a reminder that each of us has a role to play in leading and turning words into meaningful change. But this conference is young, very young, even though it's been there for 43 years, as compared to the hate, the intolerance that's been going on for thousands of years. How do we change that? We haven't been able to change that in those thousands of years. Hate in any form threatens the harmony and inclusiveness that define our communities. When I think about the role that I play as a leader in my community, I always talk about how the job of a municipal mayor or council is to fill potholes, make sure clean water comes out of our taps, make sure the roads are taken care of and the grass is cut. But that is no longer our role. We have an additional burden that we take on that we never thought that we would have to take on. Even those of us in public office, we feel that weight as we witness the rise in hate, growing anxiety, the amplifying effect of hate online, being social media, but also the print media and the radio media. They fan those flames. The rise in proliferation of hate is partially due to population, but partially. It's also due to the extremists that are out there in all aspects of life. It has become a contagion, a real contagion. By coming together in conversation, we show that empathy and respect are stronger than that division. And this conference reminds us that when we listen and learn from one another, we will build bridges that can connect us. It's not just people who are being asked to give up their religion in order to have peace in the world, or people who are told to acclimatize to the country that they end up immigrating to. I'm very lucky. I married into a family of refugees. I also grew up in the military, so I was able to see different people in different places of our country and in Europe. When I think about what's going on in the world today, and I look at what's happening in the political world, what most people don't realize is how many good leaders are leaving elected office. Since 2021, 800 of Quebec's local politicians have left political life because of the hatred and intolerance that is out.
Ontario's Hate Crime and Extremism Investigative Team, known as HICIT. This network of intelligence sharing and coordinated investigations is vital to identifying, preventing, and addressing extremism wherever it takes root. As Chair Redmond mentioned, we also have the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan commitment to combating hate and the recent launch of the We All Belong Here anti-hate campaign. These are great steps forward for our community. As was mentioned, I recall being on an online meeting about a year ago when Stats Canada reported that Waterloo region was amongst the highest levels of police-reported hate crimes in Canada. And I remember a colleague from across the country remarking before the meeting started as I joined, "Look, it's Waterloo region, the hate crime capital of Canada." And then he paused and said, "Congratulations. It means that your community is doing something right. You have fostered a great deal of trust in your institutions. Good for you." And I take that to heart because I believe that to be true. I also believe that as a community and as a police service, we are only scratching the surface on the essential collaborative work that will move us forward as one united region. Our work will not be finished until every person can walk and live freely without fear. As community leaders and leaders of every faith, we must be relentless in our efforts to foster love, understanding, and empathy for all neighbors alike. And it occurs to me today, listening to all of the wise introductions and words, that those who must hear what is in this room today are probably not here. We need to take the lessons and the resolve back to our families, back to our schools, back to our faith communities to ensure that everyone, especially children, understand the way that we need to live moving forward. That is why gatherings today matter so much. They offer us a chance to share, to learn, and to reaffirm our collective resolve. And nothing should deter us from striving to build the safest and the healthiest community in Canada or anywhere. Together we can unify and foster peace and healing. Together we can serve those most in need better. And together we can create action-based solutions that will endure. In closing, the greatest wisdom from the ages always bears repeating. If not us, then who? If not now, then when? On behalf of the Waterloo Regional Police Service and everyone represented here today, we wish you all the best, and thanks for those who brought us here together to share in the wisdom that will make our communities safe and stronger for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, I'd like to invite up Hanan Khan to share words from the Prime Minister and Mayor McCabe.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Hello and greetings to all. I've been given the honor to read off an excerpt message from our beloved Prime Minister. He states, this year's conference brings together renowned scholars from different faiths and philosophical disciplines to discuss the theme of combating hate. I am certain that many discussions planned for this event will stimulate a great deal of meaningful exchanges, and delegates will make the most of the opportunity to learn from one another. I wish you all a productive conference. The Right and Honorable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada. I've also been given the honor to read off an excerpt message from Waterloo's mayor, which states, this gathering is an opportunity to transform words into action. And today, we all commit to fostering a society where differences are celebrated and where every person feels safe, valued, and respected. Sincerely, Mayor Dorothy McCabe, City of Waterloo. Thank you and Jazakallah. I hope you guys have a great conference for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. We'll now take a short refreshment break. Please return by 2:25 for the theme session as we will begin right on time. Be sure to visit the various displays and tables of faiths in the Lazaridis atrium. And respecting various faith traditions, all meals are vegetarian. We'll see you back here at 2:25.
Assalamu alaikum. We will also have afternoon and evening prayer in room 1009 at 2:15 p.m.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michelle Cooper, MPP for Eglinton Lawrence. It's an honor to bring greetings to everyone gathered for the 43rd World Religions Conference. This year's theme, Combating Hate, could not be more timely or important. Hate in all its forms divides us and threatens the peace we all work so hard to build. But gatherings like this remind us that compassion, dialogue, and understanding can bridge those divides. They show the power of faith communities coming together, not to highlight our differences, but to celebrate our shared values of respect and humanity. I want to thank the organizers, speakers, and faith leaders for continuing this important tradition of unity and hope. You remind us that when we listen to one another, we make our province and our world stronger. Thank you, and I wish you all a meaningful and inspiring conference.
It is a true honor to extend my warmest greetings to everyone attending the 43rd World Religions Conference. For more than 4 decades, this gathering has stood as a testament to what is possible when people of faith, kindness, and goodwill come together in the spirit of dialogue and respect. The continued success of this event reflects the deep commitment of the organizers, faith leaders, and community partners to building bridges of understanding across differences that too often divide us all. This year's theme, Combating Hate, could not be more timely or more important. Across Canada and around the world, we continue to see how hate, whether rooted in racism, antisemitism, Islamophobia, xenophobia, or any other form, harms individuals and divides communities. In a time when public discourse can too easily turn divisive, your conversations today send a powerful message that compassion, curiosity, and courage are stronger than fear and prejudice. Canada's greatest strength has always been our diversity, but diversity alone is not enough. It is inclusion, respect, and empathy that allow it to thrive. That is why gatherings like this one matter so deeply. They remind us that our shared humanity is far greater than the things that set us apart. When we take the time to listen, to learn, and to build understanding across faiths and cultures, we strengthen the foundations of peace, not only in our communities, but across our country. I want to thank each of you, organizers, participants, and attendees, for your ongoing commitment to this important work. You are helping create a Canada where everyone, regardless of their background or belief, feels valued, safe, and welcome. And though I am unable to be with you in person today, please know that I stand with you in solidarity and gratitude. May your discussions today inspire action, deepen understanding, and continue to light the way toward a more compassionate and united future.
followers of all traditions. Discourses and presentations should draw directly from the Holy Scriptures with specific references and religious traditions of each respective faith, or from the philosophical teachings of those who do not subscribe to a religion. To ensure smooth logistics and allow sufficient time for meaningful discussions, speakers and presenters are kindly requested to strictly observe their allotted time. Thank you for your cooperation. Speakers and dignitaries will remain seated in the audience for this portion. I'd also like to draw your attention to the question cards that are in your package. Please write your questions on the question cards or tweet them to #AskWRC. These will be collected for the question and answer session. Also, please take a moment to complete the survey form included in your welcome package as well. Some guests may need to depart early, so we encourage you to fill it in at your convenience. Surveys can be submitted to the volunteers stationed at the exits. Let's begin our conversation. Please welcome our first speaker, Jay Judkowitz, who will share the Judaic perspective. A recitation from the Jewish community will follow. And the lights will be up ahead.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. Thanks for being here, and thanks to the WRC organizers for this chance to speak. As I mentioned before, I'm the recent president of Temple Shalom, where I've had the last few years to give a lot of thought to today's topic, how we eliminate hate from our hearts and our communities. So I have to start with a challenge that Jews, and I suspect many others in the room, face. Too often, we see the reverse of what we're trying to accomplish today. In the news and in our communities, we often see people using religion as an excuse for hate and violence rather than as a tool for love and peace. So why might that happen? In my experience, there's two ways religions could be used for hate. One is particularism. Many religions, including Judaism, have particular rules or taboos or demands of belief where the consequences of disobedience are so strong that some people could maybe believe that God doesn't like the people that don't share those same beliefs or practices. It's one thing to believe one's religion offers the best way, but it's a whole other matter to believe that God doesn't love those who don't follow the same path. A second issue is grudges and revenge. Many religions, including Judaism, either in scripture, tradition, or history, can seem to tell us to avenge wrongs done to us or our people, whether today's wrongs or even ancient wrongs. All people have a right to self-defense, but violence driven by vengeance only creates a cycle of suffering. But as I'm sure you would all say about your faiths, I would say about Judaism. It calls us to transcend those human impulses. Jews believe in a divine creator to whom all people are precious. I've not yet seen a religion that did not have some form of the golden rule telling us to love everyone. The Talmud is a collection of stories, teachings, and law compiled after the Jews' unsuccessful revolts against Rome and subsequent exile. In Shabbat 31a, the Talmud recounts, hope everybody heard the beginning because they're not going to let me go again. In Shabbat 31a, the Talmud recounts an incident involving a Roman who said to Hillel, a 1st century BCE rabbi, "Convert me on the condition you teach me the entire Torah while I'm standing on one foot." Hillel responded, "That which is hateful to you, do not do to another. That is the entire Torah, and the rest is interpretation. Go study." This is a powerful remedy for both particularism and grudges. The message is universal. Hillel teaches us to care for all people, not just our own. And though this non-Jew is obviously trying to antagonize Hillel for his Jewishness, Hillel declines to get angry and shares a timeless teaching instead. But Hillel didn't invent this idea. It originates from our first and holiest text, the Torah. In Leviticus 19:33-34, we're taught, "When strangers reside with you in your land, you shall not wrong them. The strangers who reside with you shall be to you as your citizens. You shall love each one as yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt." This is powerful for a few reasons. One, universality. We have to care for the stranger among us, not just ourselves. Second is unconditionality. There's no requirement placed on the stranger for belief, behavior, or tribute to earn this consideration. Their humanity is enough for God to demand that they're not mistreated. And three is the historical justification. The command doesn't say, "You were slaves once, now do unto them as was done unto you." It says the opposite. It says, "You were slaves once and did not like it. Don't do it to others." But it's not just one line here or there. The message pervades our holy texts. One story is of Jonah in the book of one of the books of prophets later in the Jewish Bible. God tells Jonah to warn the people of Nineveh, the capital of a terrifying Assyrian empire, that God has seen their evil and will punish them harshly. After some maritime misadventures, Jonah follows God's command, and to his surprise, rather than killing him, the people of Nineveh heed his warning, repent, and earn God's forgiveness. But Jonah wished to see Nineveh destroyed and devastated. He saw them as an enemy. God then taught Jonah a lesson of universal love. This is a slightly longer passage, I apologize. Jonah went out of the city and sat on the east side of the city and made a booth and sat under it till he might see what become of the city. And God prepared a gourd and made it come up over Jonah so that it might be a shadow over his head. Jonah was exceedingly glad because of the gourd, but God prepared a worm when the morning rose the next day and smote it the gourd, and it withered. In the morning, God prepared a strong east wind, and the sun beat down on the head of Jonah that he fainted and said, "It is better for me to die than to live." And God said to Jonah, "Are you so angry about the gourd?" And he said, "I'm greatly angry, even unto death." And the Lord said, "You had pity for the gourd which you have not labored, which came up and perished in a night. Should I not have pity on Nineveh, this great city of more than 120,000 people that do not yet know the difference between their right and left hands, and also many animals?" Right? For everybody. And it's not just the explicit teachings, such as Leviticus and Jonah, but the implicit ones too. Many of us have heard of King David, the Israelite king from 3,000 years ago and Israel's greatest leader, the man from whom Jewish tradition says the Messiah will be descended. The Jewish Bible teaches us that he's descended from a Moabite woman named Ruth, who, though coming from a historical enemy, married into the Israelite people. Having our greatest leader descended from an enemy people is a powerful lesson to be open to all, regardless of their background. Later tradition takes us even further. The 6th century Midrash, Ruth Rabbah, tells us that Ruth was not any Moabite woman, but the daughter of Eglon, a defeated Moabite king from the biblical book of Judges. This takes the story to a whole other level. If the Israelites followed the early Iron Age tradition of wiping out Eglon's family, there'd be no Ruth, no David, no future Messiah. This teaches us not only our own people, but the fate of all humanity and God's ultimate plan for the world depend on acts of mercy, forgiveness, and the willingness to make family from those who were once enemies. But that's a lot of history and Bible, right? How do we make this real in our day-to-day lives? How do we personally fight the very human urges to particularism and grudge holding? Let me tell you a personal story. When I was much younger, I was very hurt by someone I loved. The bitterness I felt every time I thought about them was consumed me and I couldn't let it go. The following Yom Kippur, our holiest day where we repent and seek forgiveness for a year of sins, I read a prayer from the 16th century Rabbi Isaac Luria, a prayer that many observant Jews say nightly as part of their final recitation of faith before going to bed. It says, "Ruler of the universe, I hereby forgive whoever has hurt me, whoever has done me any wrong, whether it was deliberately or by accident, whether by word or by deed. May no one be punished on my account." And that's what did it for me. I couldn't erase the hurt or bring myself to reconcile at that time, but, am I getting called up? No. Okay. But this was the first and biggest step. Once I realized that I did not want this person hurt on my account, I physically felt a huge weight lifted from me. I was free of the yoke of my grudge and can worry about my own repentance. We all live in a hard time full of tension and strife. We're not all going to love each other all the time. And while none of us can save the world alone, we can start the process ourselves by fighting against particularism and grudge holding in our own hearts and taking individual acts of grace. Israel and Moab were vicious enemies, but sparing Eglon's family led to the possibility of love between Ruth and Boaz, which led to King David, which we were taught will lead to the Messiah and the salvation of humanity. Let's heed Rabbi Hillel and commit to not harming others as we ourselves would not want to be harmed, even those that antagonize us. Like Rabbi Isaac Luria, let's pray that God doesn't punish anyone on our account, as he refused to punish Nineveh for Jonah's sake. If we can do this, God willing, may that ultimately lead to an end of hate, if not in our own generation, hopefully in the next, with all of us finally uniting as a single human family. And so thanks to all of you for being here and taking a step in that direction with me and with each other. So thanks for allowing me to share some Jewish thoughts on ending hate. Religion, including and especially Judaism, is often challenging work. I'm not a holy or a wise person, and I can't explain why my tradition or any other would mix the universal and the particular, or why it mix forgiveness and vengeance. But given two paths, I can tell you which one I want to take and which path I set my children on. I want to live in a world where love conquers hate, where forgiveness is asked for, given, and accepted, where we turn our suffering into motivation to end the suffering for others, and where humanity's long cycle of violence can finally end. Let's all embrace the best of all of our traditions and make it so.
Thank you so much. Just before we move forward, I just wanted to remind the speakers to pay attention to the light straight ahead at the window here for the amber light, which is at 9 minutes, and the red light, which is at 10. For our second speaker, please join me in welcoming Dr. Shiv Talwar, sharing the Hindu perspective, followed by, oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize, I'm moving too quickly. We are now welcoming members of the Judaic faith tradition.
Thank you. We're going to sing a song now called If We Loved Like That. And following from Jay Judkowitz, who is our past president of our Temple Shalom, following his words from Hillel, that which you hate, do not do to another. I just wanted to tell you one thing that I learned just this week, that we Jews are a small minority and will always remain so. We're only 0.2% of the global Jewish world, or a world of Jews, which is only 15.8 million of us out of 8.5 billion citizens or people. And why is it that we're so small? And we don't proselytize or try to convert people because we believe not one of us needs to be saved. We are all created in the image of God. We are sparks of God. I can read it from here. ואהבת לרעך כמוך, לרעך כמוך, כמוך. ואהבת לרעך כמוך, לרעך כמוך, כמוך. How would the world look? How might our days be lighter? How could the heart feel? How might the lens get wider if we loved like that? Really loved like that. ואהבת לרעך כמוך, לרעך כמוך, כמוך. ואהבת לרעך כמוך, לרעך כמוך, כמוך. Who could be saved? How might the world be softer? Who could the heart heal? What is the gift you'd offer if we loved like that? Really loved like that. Ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha, l'reacha kamocha, kamocha. Ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha, l'reacha kamocha, kamocha. How would the world look? Thank you.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Now I would ask that you please join me in welcoming Dr. Shiv Talwar, sharing the Hindu perspective, followed by a recitation from the Hindu community.
My name is Shiv Talwar. I'd like to express my gratitude to the WRC organizing committee to give me this opportunity today. I was saying I'd like to thank the organizing committee of WRC to give me this opportunity of talking to you. I work for Spiritual Heritage Education Network, and I'll be presenting Hinduism's perspective on combating hate, reclaiming human identity and potential. And I'll be discussing with you strategies to combat hate and embrace our shared identity. Understanding hate and human identity, that is the key. Right now, the human family, you can say, is fragmented. Hate is a symptom of disconnection from our human identity and potential. If we ask someone who that person is, the answer is, I'm a Muslim, or I'm a Hindu, or I'm a Christian. Nobody says that I'm a human being first, and then everything else. And that is the problem. And that problem is, you can say, neurobiology, the way our body and our brain are constructed. That is at the root of hate. And if you look at this diagram, the brain is affected by our sympathetic nervous system much more than the parasympathetic nervous system. We have an autonomic nervous system that the brain uses to run our heart, our lungs, our circulation system, and all the autonomic system of the body that works 24/7 is run by the autonomic nervous system. And it has got two branches. One is called sympathetic branch or division of the autonomic nervous system, and the other one is parasympathetic. And the problem is that the sympathetic dominates. The parasympathetic is sitting there doing much less than the sympathetic does. And identity is shaped by the autonomic nervous system, essentially sympathetic nervous system. And the sympathetic nervous system, you can say, works and handles the fear response of the body. And fear response of the body is at the root of the fragmented human identity. And us versus them based kind of thinking is the result of sympathetic dominance. And hate is a conditioned response. The kids right from birth, maybe even prenatally, they are exposed to hate. The kids don't, they're not born with hate, but the thoughts that are put in their brains by the parents and by neighbors and all that, their particular environment, that conditions a person to hate. So hate is a conditioned response, and it is made worse by the sympathetic nervous system. Pathways to integration and empathy activate the parasympathetic nervous system. Cultivating this system promotes empathy, holistic thinking, inclusive awareness in individuals. That is the way we are built. We've been talking about combating hate for thousands of years, and we have not done a good job of it. We've been trying to teach 10 Commandments for 2,000 years. Not too much success there too, because we do not handle the biology of the person. That is where the change has to happen. And it's not brain surgery either. Practices like breath work. You might have noticed that if you take a deep breath, try it with me. Take a deep breath. Does it have a calming effect? And that is the work of the parasympathetic nervous system. It calms the mind, and it focuses the mind. And the other practice is mindfulness. These two practices, mindfulness and breath work, they are essentially one, and they make us more mindful of our behavior. And they make us more conscious of our behavior. And redefining identity beyond labels it will happen when you engage in these practices. Cultural, religious, and national identities, they take the back burner, and human identity, that is our shared identity, that comes up front. We start connecting with our real identity rather than with the labels that we put on ourselves. And all religions talk about love, inclusion. Yet, hate exists. It's the reality of life. And it is, in my opinion, and also Hinduism's opinion, that what we need to do is address the biological problem. Systemic change and holistic development will happen if we promote neurobiological well-being. Public systems like education and healthcare must foster neurobiological health. We are illiterate as far as our neurobiology is concerned, and we have to address that problem. And we have to use biomarkers for stress, which indicate that we are going to grow up as hating people or not. And those biomarkers can be, we can screen people for those biomarkers and address the issue right at the young age so that the future generation grows up with feelings of love rather than hate. And contemplative practices also do the same thing. If we contemplate, sit with our eyes closed, take a few deep breaths, and focus on something, that activates the parasympathetic nervous system in a big way, and that helps to get over the feelings of conditioned identity rather than the holistic identity that we all have, that we are born with. So hate is not something that is our fate, but it is the conditioning that we carry, and that conditioning has to be addressed, and addressed neurobiologically, and in my opinion, that is what the solution, the systemic address of the problem would be. And now there will be a reading of a verse from Bhagavad Gita, and talks about different ways of breath regulation. Breath work is the key to activating parasympathetic nervous system, and that comes from the Bhagavad Gita. Thank you very much. And then
it's on. Okay.
Namaskar. Today we will recite a verse from the Bhagavad Gita. It's the 29th verse of the 4th chapter. Apane juhvate pranam prane apanam tatha pare pranapan gati rudva pranayam parayanah.
This slokam has a simple yet powerful breathing technique called pranayam. In pranayam, you inhale deeply, hold it for a while, and exhale. People who do the practice of pranayam aim for a trance-like state that cleanses the mind. Now we're going to sing a song called Breathe You're Alive from Plum Village. 3, 2, 1. Breathe
And you know that you are alive. Breathe and you know that all is helping you. Breathe and you know that you are the world. Breathe and you know that the flowers breathe in you. Breathe for yourself and breathe for the world. Breathe in compassion and breathe out the joy. Breathe and be one with the air that you breathe. Breathe and be one with the earth that flows. Breathe and be one with the earth that you tread. Breathe and be one with the fire that glows. Breathe and you know the thought of birth and death. Breathe and you see impermanence is life. Breathe for your joy to be steady and calm. Breathe for your sorrow to flow away. Breathe to renew every cell in your blood. Breathe to renew the depths of consciousness. Breathe and you dwell in the here and now. Breathe and all you touch is new and real. Breathe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful reminder to breathe, and the singing was lovely. Please join me now in welcoming Imam Farhan Iqbal, sharing the Islamic perspective. A recitation from the Muslim community will follow.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the gracious, the ever merciful. Dear friends, once again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Peace and blessings of God be upon all of you. We live, unfortunately, in a world that is polarized, that is plagued with hatred spreading very quickly. Earlier this year, a 25-year-old Muslim woman was attacked by another woman in a library in Ajax. This woman tried to yank off her hijab, threw objects at her, and even attempted to set fire to her hijab. Thankfully, the security intervened and she was safe. Earlier this month, vandals smashed windows of Kahillat Sharai Torah in Toronto. And according to the synagogue, this is the 10th time that this synagogue has been attacked. These incidents mark a rising trend in our society towards hate. Too often, the Islamic faith is held responsible for spreading this hatred in society. And as I mentioned earlier today, I will take the opportunity today to show you how and why this notion is completely false. Many Muslims, especially those who belong to the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, which I also belong to and which are part of the audience here today, many of us migrated to Canada for one primary reason. And that was that Canada is a country that is tolerant of people from all different backgrounds and religious inclinations. And so when people in our society express hatred or commit these acts of hatred towards another group, whether it manifests itself in the form of antisemitism or Islamophobia or any other kind of phobia, we look towards it with absolute horror. The teachings of Islam, which I'm going to talk about today, are diametrically opposed to any kind of intolerance. The Holy Quran states this principle very clearly, Lakum dinukum waliyadin, which means to you,
دائما في هذه الدنيا وبعض إنساني يا أين فيض الله والإرفان يسعى إليك الخلق كالزمان يا بحر فاز المنعم المنان تهوي إليك الأمر بالكيزان يا ربي صل على نبيك دائما في هذه الدنيا وبعث إنساني يا شمس ملك الحسن والإحسان نورت وجه البر والأمران جسمي يطير إليك من شوق على يا ليت كانت قوة الطيران يا ربي صل على نبيك دائما في هذه الدنيا وبعث إنساني Hatred for none! Hatred for none! Hatred for none!
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure having you join us today. I just wanted to remind everyone in attendance to please write your questions on the question card in your package. They will be collected by our volunteers, and they will be used for the next question and answer session. Please remember to direct your question to one speaker and one faith tradition so that we have multiple questions across the spectrum. I would now like to welcome Dr. Mitra Barua, sharing the Buddhist perspective, followed by a recitation from the Buddhist community.
Wow, what a great message. Love for all, hatred for none. And of course, that's the message that we all, at least, we should try to uphold in our own life. So, let me see whether this thing works. Here you go. So, as we know about Buddhism, Buddha as a human being lived in northern India 2,500 years ago. And the message that he shared coming out of his own, what we call awakening or enlightenment. So what made him the Buddha, or a Buddha, the awakened one, was his own internal experience. So in that internal experience, the Buddha realized few things. And of course, one of the things that he experienced and shared was this message, that we all have what Buddha called chitta. Chitta means, it's a Pali term, Sanskrit term. It's not just the mind, but also heart included there. In the English translation, it's called heart-mind. We all have that beautiful heart-mind. And Buddha said, it is so brilliant. It's vibrant and it's so brilliant. So it shines, ever shining, within all of us. And of course, this, what he called this eternal reality, revealed itself to the Buddha as he examined his heart-mind. With that personal experience, and of course sense of conviction, Buddha invites us, all of us, to examine our own heart-mind. That's the beauty of it. As he experienced, and as he witnessed, and he said, it is there within all of us, and we need to discover it. He promises when we observe our own heart-mind, the truth will reveal itself to us. That's the beauty of these teachings. And then, of course, he also said that in ordinary way of life, this brilliant mind is covered with few things, what he call the alien stuff or foreign stuff, the external things that come to our mind, and then, of course, cover the brilliant heart and mind. So what are they? And they are in Tibetan kind of artwork is mentioned in this kind of frame, where it says craving, aversion, and delusion. But the thing is, Buddha said, when we do our internal examination, investigation, it will convince us that hatred is not an inherent property of our own beautiful heart-mind. That means hatred is external, foreign, and alien to our heart-mind. It's like pure water. Water can be polluted with external pollutants. And so is the case, our heart-mind. When it is polluted with these three things, craving, aversion, and delusion, and Buddha said, that is our own enemy. Now, how to transform our own enemy into our own best friend? That's where Buddha said, we need to do these three things to replace them. Generosity, if you like the word combat, but I don't incline to that word, but transforming, perhaps would be from my end, I may use. Transforming greed with generosity. Transforming hatred with metta, or what we call loving kindness. Perhaps as a practice, the word may find more relevance is befriending. That's a new word just I learned recently. Befriending, rather than just saying that in love. Befriending, there's an active component there. And then, of course, transforming delusion with sense of wisdom. So next, what I'm going to do is kind of how Buddha himself gave few techniques for all of us to experience. You don't have to really believe any of these things. Experiment and investigate whether these things work. So the first Buddha said was, hatred or anger is an energy. Of course, we know that we do not create energy. We do not destroy energy. We transform one form energy into another. So that's what exactly Buddha said that perhaps we should be doing. In Buddhist psychology, anger has three layers. One is called anusaya, that means lying down in your own deep, your own unconscious. And of course, when the conditions, right conditions are there, and it emerges. And of course, you feel through your own nervous system when these things kind of kick in. But that's where perhaps we can intervene. And that's where Buddha said that don't let it run your life. And that's the third layer. The first layer is kind of lying down, and then we're rising. And the third layer is what's good. It runs with you. So it's called patikkama in the Pali term. So the best thing Buddha said was, when these things happen, it's way of life, it's conditions sometimes push at our edge, and we get angry. And of course, what Buddha said is, just observe it. That's what we call mindfulness in a nutshell. You observe it, don't intervene it, just let it run by its course. Don't put more gas into it, but nothing to take away from it, but let it run by itself. That's what we call equanimous observation, observing with sense of equanimity. Then, of course, Buddha said, this is a deeper one, perhaps. As I said, the deepest root is lying within our own unconscious. How to tackle it? This is what Buddha said. We have to really change our perspective of the world. This is very deep, deep, deep teaching. But one thing that Buddha said was somewhat perhaps radical. And he said that we are all made of conditions. What are those conditions? I have my body and mind and social network and the education I got and the culture that I belong to. These are all conditioning me to be who I am. And this is where perhaps those who really want to tackle hatred need to pay close attention to. There's a good book, of course, doesn't have to be Buddhist, of course. Theoretical quantum physicist wrote a beautiful work called, his name is Carlo Rovelli. He wrote this book called Helgoland. And there he kind of connect with Buddhism. He says, we are web of relations, nothing else. We are reality, who we are is very much web of relations. So the third practice that Buddha gave is face your hatred and anger with sense of loving kindness. So loving kindness is nothing but these phrases. You just focus on these phrases, and it is there online, and just, you just Google what is metta practices, and it is there. So now there will be a group of students, thanks to Bhante Ananda, to train these students to chant one of the, perhaps the earliest chanting that Buddha offered about this metta practice. May I be well, may you be well, may all be well, happy, healthy, and peaceful. So any phrases that you can make it, but of course the Dharma school representing the Lake Monastery, they are going to chant the chanting. Thank you. So while they are getting ready, I may have to leave right after this one. But of course, I work at Luther, the college. So of course, if you want to have any questions, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Samudo anatimani Santusta kocha subarocha Appakichocha Salavakuruti Santrindriocha Nipakocha Appagabo Kulesu Ananugito Najakudan Samachare Kinchie Navinyo Pares Kudayo Sukinova Kemino Hantu Sabbe Satta Bhavantu Sukitata Yeke Shipana Bhutati Tasavata Varavana Sesa Vigavaye Mahantata Manjimarasakanu Katula Ditavaye Vaditaye Chadure Vasantya Vidure Bhutava Sambhave Siva Sabbe Satta Bhavantu Sukhitata Naparo Parani Kubreta Nyati Manyeta Katta Chinam Kanchi Pyaro Sana Patika Sanya Nanya Manya Saduka Vicheya Mataya Taniyam Puttam Ayusa Eka Puttam Anurakke Evam Pisapparutesu Mana Sambhavaye Aparimanam Mettam cha Sarvalokasmin Mana Sambhavaye Aparimanam Uttam Atocha Kiriyam cha Asamdhavamevan Asapattam Tittam Charanni Sinova Sayanova Yavatassamikramito Etam Satim Aditya Brahmametam Vyudagam Yuchamaho Dityam Chanandagam Silavata Tasanena Sampanno Kame Suneya Gelam Nahijatu Bhagavasem Punareti.
Those who are skilled in goodness and wish to attain that state of peace should act thus. They should be able and upright, perfectly upright, amenable to correction, gentle and humble. They should be contented, easy to support, unbusy, simple in livelihood, with senses controlled, discreet, not impudent, and not greedily attached to families. They would not commit any slight misdeed that otherwise people might find fault in. May all beings be well and safe. May their hearts rejoice. Whatever beings there are, weak or strong, long or short, big, medium-sized or small, subtle or gross, visible or invisible, residing near or far, those who have come to be or are yet to come, without exception, may all beings be joyful. Let none deceive nor despise another person anywhere at all. In anger or ill will, let none wish to harm another. Just as mother would protect her only child with her life, even so let them cultivate boundless thoughts of loving kindness towards all beings. Let them cultivate boundless thoughts of loving kindness towards the whole world, above, below, and all around, unobstructed, free from hatred and enmity. Whether standing, walking, seated, or lying down, as long as they're awake, they should develop this mindfulness. This, they say, is divine abiding here. Not erroneous in views, endowed with virtue and insight, with sensual desires abandoned, they will not be born again into this world.
Thank you so much for sharing your light with us today. Please welcome Clarence Kakaji, sharing the Indigenous perspective. A recitation from the Indigenous community will follow.
Well, what a great afternoon so far. Wache ani baju sego. I am Kiwe Tinwe in the ne. That name translates into North Windman. I'm from the people of the Mushkegowuk, up by James Bay. People of the river, Shaplo Cree First Nation Bear Clan, and I am a beautiful spirit. I have that mic. Perfect. Got to walk around a bit. Resilience, kindness, and forgiveness. How do we do that? How do we attain that when we've all been conditioned in different ways? Where we've all been conditioned to follow something different that guides us, that gives us our strength, that gives us our purpose, that gives us our meaning in our lives. We do that by what we believe in, by what fuels us, what feeds us. Now, saying that, I'm not from here. From my introduction, I introduced that I was from the people of the Mushkegowuk. So that's up by James Bay. But I was never brought up there. I never lived there. I'm part of the 60 Scoop. And I was moved to about 12 different homes before I found a home here in Waterloo region. And I was a year while all that moving happened, until I ended up on a farm about half an hour away from here, along with my sister. And I was raised by New Order Mennonites. Mannheim Church, Mennonite Church, that's my church. I went to Fraser Lake Mennonite camp. I sang in an inter-Mennonite children's choir a couple blocks away from here. It was the farthest thing away from who I am. Saying that, I was not abused. I had amazing values instilled in me. And I'm grateful for that experience. But I had hatred. And I still have concerns about the child welfare system, about colonization, about time. And I have concerns about doing the right thing. Resilience. We go back to our teachings that come from the beginning of time, our creation stories. Talk to us about resilience. We go back to our teachings about forgiving ourselves before we can forgive anybody. One thing I believe today is that to be broken is to be ordinary. I believe that everybody is broken in one way, shape, or form. Some people will talk about their brokenness, some won't. That's totally fine, that's up to them. When I came to terms with my brokenness, the shame was lifted for a little bit, and I was able to work on things that I had buried deep, deep down inside of me that weren't mine to begin with. I inherited them from this country, from the government, from the child welfare system. So that should fuel a fire, and it did for a very long time. Until I found a pathway back to a fire that was always burning inside of me. I just didn't know it was there. But when I smelt the medicines, when I heard the teachings, it started to make sense to me. And I'm dealing with hate right now. I have people angry at me because I'm doing good things. I'm making changes. I have people putting up roadblocks. But you know what? That's not mine. That's theirs. That's their problem. What I need to focus on is taking a journey from here to here and helping others take that journey from your knuckle to your elbow. And that distance is the same distance from your head to your heart. I love what was shared about conditioning today. Yes, conditioning, so important, and we're not even aware of it. What we hear from our grandparents, what we hear from our uncles, our aunts, our parents, our community members, what we hear and see in the media, that influences us if we let it. It's a choice. When we get out of our head and into our hearts, we start making those heart-based decisions. It's all about our responsibilities to those generations that aren't here yet. And to make sure that by the time they come, they have everything that they need. That they have a good heart and a good mind. So they have foundational teachings to follow. When I heard about this individual that's struggling with me, what did I do? I took my tobacco and I said a prayer for them. One prayer. They get one prayer. Because they're struggling and they're hurting. But within Indigenous spirituality, we have teachings. The Haudenosaunee have teachings about the peacemaker. He's like their Jesus. We have teachings about Megazeh, the eagle, who did so much work for us because a very long time ago, all of our nations were at war and we hated each other. And we forgot what it was to have a good heart and a good mind. But the eagle did the work for us, so we have what we have today. Megazeh. The eagle's all about truth, vision, and strength. But now we come to this, another one of our medicines. Wingush, sweetgrass, represents the hair of our mother, the earth. This medicine is very kind and gentle. It takes 3 braids to make one of these full braids. And each one of these braids is 21 strands of grass. First 7 strands of grass represent those 7 generations and all of our families that came before we did. Represents the struggles, the barriers, the hardships, but the prayers they said in order for all of us to be here today. The next 7 strands of grass represent our foundational teachings. Teachings of the 7 grandfathers, which is honesty, humility, truth, bravery, wisdom, love, and respect. And the last 7 strands of grass represent all of our responsibility to those 7 generations in our families that aren't here yet. But when you put this all together, what it really represents is kindness. Being kind to yourself, being kind to your partner, your children, your pets, your family, your community, and most of all, being kind to creation. Now we have some drummers coming up behind me. It's Spirit Nation, an amazing young group of Indigenous youth who are being mentored by a teacher. They're being mentored to have that good heart and a good mind, because that's our roles and responsibilities, is to pass on what we know, pass on those gifts. That's why they were given to us. So we challenge, we combat hate with looking at where that hate comes from, sitting in that hate, exploring it, but also challenging it. It takes so much energy to hate someone. That's not what life's about. Life's about love. Life's about the mind, the body, the spirit, and the emotions. Life's about living a whole.
Thank you so much for sharing with us today. That was so powerful. Thank you so much. Please join me in welcoming Upkar Singh, sharing the Sikh perspective, followed by a recitation from the Sikh community.
Before I begin speaking, in accordance with Sikh tradition, I begin with the invocation to Guru Nanak's wisdom as I perceive the limits of my own comprehension. Akathana kathana jat kahun te kevada kasaho roop vadani sucham te at sucham kahiyat briddhan te at bridd bridani na jani ho hari na jani rajan mo rajan maharajan devan dev deves surani Shatran mo Shatri Pratamahar Vipran mo Dijvar Pradhani Na Jani Ho Hari Na Jani Gyanan mo Gyani Vad Utama Jogan mo Vad Jog Tyani Monan mo Kapal Mon Shreshata Satgur mo Gur Nanak Gyani Jani Ho Hari E Jani. With the world becoming ever more polarized and filled with open hate, Sikhi's message of oneness becomes even more crucial. The one, it is described to be nirpal, nirvad, without fear, without hatred. Why? Because the one is all. There is no other. Existence is whole and unified. And love unites. Because the one is all, love unites with the one. Love is the embodiment of the universe's reality. Love comes from the realization of one. Hate is the opposite of oneness. Hate is derived from fear, and fear emerges from ignorance. When Guru Nanak assured us that we can reach that level of reality, of oneness, imbued in fearlessness, and embodied through love, there was no room for hate. This vision of Sikhi was not only preached, but it was embodied and practiced. From Guru Nanak's travels around the whole world, interacting with people from diverse backgrounds, to the court of Guru Gobind Singh, who brought together poets, thinkers, and seekers from across traditions. From the building of the Golden Temple, containing 4 doors welcoming all of humanity in all 4 directions, to including the writings of those from various different creeds into one scripture. From the institution of a never-emptying community kitchen where emperors like Akbar came and dined with beggars, to offering one's life for the freedom of religion. Sikh history demonstrates that unity among diversity doesn't just have to be an idea. The painting that you see here is depicting the sacrifice of the 9th Sikh Guru, Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, who gave his life for the freedom of another tradition. On November 25th, Sikhs around the whole world will come together to celebrate the 350th anniversary of this event, and it signifies that fearlessness. It signifies that resolve against hate and oppression and standing up for the right of others. His son, Guru Gobind Singh, writes, "For the sake of righteousness this occurred. He gave his head, but never his resolve." The resolve of what? The resolve of love and the resolve of oneness. However, unfortunately, Sikhs are not strangers to the hate and intolerance that pervades the world. To be a Sikh was punishable by death under the governor of Lahore at one point. Countless innocent Sikh men, women, and children were tortured, killed for their beliefs and loyalties to the teachings of Guru Nanak. In November 1984, Sikhs were lynched in the streets of Delhi, wherever they were seen. And after 9/11, hundreds of hate crimes targeted Sikhs across North America simply for how they looked. The Oak Creek Gurdwara tragedy of 2012, where Sikh worshippers were murdered in prayer, it shook the community to its core. Yet, As with all other tragedies, Sikhs responded with strength, courage, and zeal. Guided by the teachings of Guru Nanak, Sikhs find that the answer to hate is not more hate, but compassion, understanding, and the fearlessness to stand up against it. Hate, it becomes part of our everyday lives through our biases, the norms, the languages that we use, and now, with the advent of social media, hate has been amplified in ways never seen before, while further distancing communities, distancing neighbors, and reinforcing echo chambers. We must be careful, as hate can seep into our lives and set us against our neighbors and our community members without us even realizing we are walking this dark path. Hate is not only intentional, and it's not only personal. It can embed itself within the systems and the structures around us. The Nazi regime, the Jim Crow laws in the United States, the cultural genocide of the indigenous here in Canada, these are all examples of hate can take these terrible systemic forms of violence. We must be careful, as we can become complicit in these hateful structures and institutions that have the right to violence and operate as if they were normal. Hate, personal and institutional, it may seem as if it emerges from the desire to dominate, but its roots lie elsewhere. Hate is a burden growing from fear. And deep down, everyone hopes to be free of this burden, of these walls. Guru Nanak dismantles these walls, this fear of the other. This otherness dissolves, and strangers, they become familiar because all eyes are filled with the light of the one, the divine one that we all search for, all of us in this room. And this familiarity, it takes us beyond the differing identities and categories that societies have layered onto us all, the histories have layered onto us all. To combat hate, we must not only be loving and compassionate, but also fearless in this pursuit. Just like the 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh, who raised an army to courageously take on an oppressive and discriminatory regime and empire, yet still viewed those on the other side of the battlefield with love. Or how Guru Nanak, without arms, stood up against the societal elites of the time and expounded a revolution of equality for all people. By carrying that same fearlessness, only then can we stand up against it. United and strong across our differing beliefs, perspectives, geographies, histories, and the struggles to help rebuild our societies based on unity and not division. Guru Nanak's concepts of nirpao, nirvad, without fear and without hate, these are not just passive ideals. Rather, they are instructions to action, instructions to loving action and courage. Before I end, I'd like to leave you the words of my teacher, the one who shaped how I understand Sikhi. His guidance stays with me, and I hope it stays with you as well. He says about the Sikh religion, he says, as is the respect for the grandfather, so is the respect for the child. Respect is of one essence here. In this house of Guru Nanak, there is no inequality. Ours is a philosophy of non-duality. If someone was to ask you, "Oh, Sikhs, you have spread across the whole world. What is the philosophy of Guru Nanak?" Be fearless. And answer back, ours is a path of non-duality. We have no hate for anyone. May we all walk that path, fearless, loving, and without hate. And now we'll have a recitation from the Guru Granth Sahib, from members of the community here. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen. We're having a wonderful afternoon, aren't we? We're going to be singing a Shabad, the message from the 5th Nanak Guru Arjan Dev Ji. Bisar Gai Sab Tat Prai, the meanings are up on the screen. The message is very simple, that we don't think of others, we think of ourselves to improve ourselves in the company of the holy. And na ko bairi nahi bigana, there's no enemy, there's no other, we're all one. We come from one source, and with the grace of the divine, we merge back into a source. Let's enjoy it. The raga we're singing is Bilawal, a beautiful raga. If you feel like singing with the transliteration, feel free to sing. बिसर गई सब तात पराई बिसर गई सब तात पराई जब ते साध संगत मोहे पाई जब ते साध संगत मोहे पाई बिसर गई सब तात पराई बिसर गई सब तात पराई ना को बैरी नहीं बेगाना साध संगत मोहे पाई जब ते साध संगत मोहे पाई बिसर गई सब तात पराई बिसर गई सब तात पराई प्रभ कीनो सो पल मान्यो जो प्रभ कीनो सो पल मान्यो एह सुमत साधु ते पाई एह सुमत साधु ते पाई एह सुमत साधु पाई ए सुमत साधु के पाई बिसर गई सब तात पराई बिसर गई सब तात पराई जब ते साध संगत मोहे पाई जब ते साध संगत मोहे पाई बिसर गई सब तात पराई बिसर गई सब तात पराई सब में रब रहया प्रभ एक सब में रब रहया प्रभ एक सब में रब रहया प्रभ एक है सब में
रब रहया प्रभ एक है
पेख पेख नानक बिगसाई
पेख पेख नानक बिगसाई
पेख पेख नानक बिगसाई
पेख पेख नानक बिगसाई
बिसर गई
सब बात पराई बिसर गई सब बात पराई
जब ते साध संगत मोहे पाई
जब ते साध संगत में पाई
बिसर गई सब बात
पराई बिसर गई सब बात पराई
बिसर गई सब बिसर गई सब बिसर गई सब बात पराई
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. Now, please join me in welcoming Father Toby Collins, sharing the Christian perspective. A recitation from the Christian community will follow.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak from a Christian Catholic perspective. Combating hatred. I want to start by first talking about being transformed by love. From a Christian perspective, the Gospel of Mark, chapter 7:21, points out that it is within the human heart that evil intentions arise, signaling that we are all capable of hating or hurting others. Jesus challenged his followers to identify what is going on in the depths of their own hearts, instead of focusing on everything else evil happening around them. And he had hoped, I think, that we might find some of the seeds of hatred there, and that in doing so, we could ask for them to be transformed. For Christians, the belief is that through prayer, we discover how to ask God to transform and heal any hatred we have, so that what can be transformed into something different isn't transmitted to others. The picture there is a baptism, and it's the entry point into this family, this Christian community that begins this process of being transformed by Christ's love. Another part that is so important about the Christian faith is that we're in a process of conversion, and it takes time. So we pray for conversion. This is something we hopefully model for generations that follow us. That we have these tendencies that keep coming back to us, ways in which we hurt ourselves, hurt others, hurt our relationship with God, our Creator. But if we remain constant in prayer, we realize that what becomes impossible for us becomes possible through prayer, through God's intervention. And when we pray together, somehow there's a dissipation of that which we do not like or want. And there becomes an opportunity to grow an awareness of what we really need, where we can find it, and we can move better, we believe, towards forgiveness. When we move towards forgiveness, we often realize that we are given a memory that reminds us of the things that we did that maybe we weren't that proud of, or maybe somebody pointed it out to us. And remembering these things is cause for us to be humble. I chose this picture of Jesus in the manger because God could have chosen many ways to reach us through Christ, but he chose this beautiful scene where he became one of us. In not the inn, but behind the inn, where the animals were kept. This was among the most humblest settings, and a setting into which the mother of Jesus, Mary, gave birth. Joseph accompanying, and others helping in whatever way they could. It's a reminder to Christians that we are to remain humble. If God could use this as a way to reach us, then perhaps humility is a way that we can reach each other. Remembering when we are forgiven is also just as important. In John chapter 8, verses 1 to 11, an account is given about Jesus encountering men attempting to stone a woman to death because she was caught in the act of adultery. Jesus' response to the men was that he who is without sin should cast the first stone. After every man that was present dropped their stones and walked away, Jesus said to the woman, "Neither do I condemn you. Go and sin no more." I can only imagine what the experience of was for people who were caught in this moment. Perhaps they remembered when they were forgiven in the past, Jesus calling them to do the same in that moment. In another instance, in Matthew chapter 18, verses 21 to 35, Jesus tells his friends about a servant of a landowner who overextended himself in debt, and his debt was forgiven by the landowner, but the servant did not do the same for those who owed him money. When the landowner found out that he had done this, he sentenced the unforgiving servant that he had just forgiven to prison until he paid the debt. In both instances, Jesus teaches us followers that being forgiven demands that one become a more forgiving person, and that we are given the gift of memory for these moments of forgiveness so that we go and do likewise amidst the tendency to reoffend. As Christians, we also pray for those who hurt us. Maybe something good comes of that prayer. Maybe something good comes to them. In doing so, though, the greater thing is perhaps what happens to us when we pray for other people. I can think of a story when I was attacked outside of the church that I minister at, St. Mary's in downtown Kitchener. And the words are all good, but in practice, it's very difficult. And after the police apprehended the person and he was brought before the court and accused, I had a hard time forgiving him because I had been hurt in so many ways. Sometimes in ways that I had nothing to do with where his anger and resentment came from. And I could have easily retaliated or held a grudge or worse. But it was through prayer and praying for him that I found the capacity to forgive him and to move forward, realizing that I'm not the only one who faces these kinds of things, and that to retaliate only perpetuates the violence and the hatred. The next point I wanted to make is the importance of protecting our joy. When I showed up at St. Mary's Church, I realized that there was a war going on outside. There were people who were wanting to do good. We opened up a kitchen and we gave food to other people. We called it Tiny Home Takeout. And there were those that came that attacked it. And I thought, how can this be? But they wanted everybody to experience their pain and their misery and their suffering. And if I couldn't be well, then they can't be well. And we realized quickly that we had to have a strong community out front, one that had protocols, one that had discussions about how we would deal with different behaviors, even asking people to leave, even though we wanted to help them. But it was so important in protecting our joy because it was our joy that was sustaining us in the outreach. And once we were able to do that, we were able to help those who came to receive and to give and to be part of a very healthy and healing program. Finally, I want to comment on the communal approach. It has always been a Christian thing for over 2,000 years to walk as a community in faith. Jesus chose 12 apostles. Jesus chose many women to walk with him on his journey. I would imagine in part for protection. I would imagine also in part for witnessing to what he was doing, what God was doing through him, and to share that message with others. It's interesting that in Matthew 21, people who believed in him followed him as a community that supported each other and shared their experiences and resources. Nobody lacked anything. Not only did they pray together, they ate together. They remembered the moments when Jesus fed huge crowds with minimal provisions. Some of you may recall in the Gospels the feeding of the 5,000. That was just one of many ways that Jesus was able to bring people together in love, to face the obstacles of their day. Obstacles then that are very similar to what we experience now when it comes to suffering, isolation, fear, and misunderstanding. We as Christians believe we are called to witness to a more peaceful way of living, to stay calm in the process and trust that God's love can transform any situation of despair. And I want to end with my personal conviction that we believe in somebody who came back after he had experienced great hatred, and he appeared to other people, not just as a vision or somebody walking on water, but somebody who had wounds in his hands and in his side still, who was touchable, as St. Thomas went and touched him and said, I believe now that I've seen and touched you. This is, for Christians, a real person who remains with us in spirit, who promised to be with us to the end of the ages. And so we take solace in his presence with us. We believe that he is there whenever we gather in his name. And we pray for all those around us who are suffering, who find themselves isolated, who are living in fear or being misunderstood. And we seek to be instruments of wellness, community, self-sacrificing love, always seeking to understand rather than to be understood. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Our song is called You Are the Voice. You is Jesus, but we are Jesus' brothers and sisters. Every Christian thinks that way, so I guess we need to be the voice as well.
Praise for the light that shines through the night, from darkness to light, from death to new life, and praise to the morning that brings forth the sun, to open our eyes to the Lord, to open our eyes to the Lord. For you are the voice of the living God, calling us now to live in your love, to be children of God once again. the seed that gives life to all who believe. God's love overflowing, our hearts know the joy to be daughters and sons of the Lord, to be daughters and sons of the Lord. For you are the voice of the living God, calling us now to living your love, to be children of God once again. Praise for the singing and praise for the dance, with new heart and voice, all raise the song of praise to creation, of heaven and earth. Come sing of the glory of God, come sing of the glory of God. For you are the voice of the living God, calling us now to live in your love, to be children of God once again, to be children of God once again.
That was lovely. Thank you so much. And now I would like you to welcome our final speaker, Senei, sorry, I keep saying his name wrong, Senei, sharing the humanist perspective, followed by a secular presentation from the humanist community.
Thank you so much for that. I'm going to try something new. I put subtitles to my slides so we can all read along if we need to, make things easier, see if that works. Excellent, okay. Hate is not a problem of belief or divine will. It's a human problem that is created, perpetuated, and ultimately solvable by human action. In today's world, political extremism divides communities, xenophobia poisons dialogue, social media amplifies voices of anger and contempt that once would have been confined to isolated voices. Far too often, differences in religion, gender, and culture are exploited to justify exclusion, and this leads to discrimination and even violence. Humanity thus faces a moral challenge. If we are to coexist peacefully, how do we confront hate? Is it a shared human responsibility founded on reason, empathy, and civic action? Do we choose understanding over fear? Or do we pray for divine intervention? Well, what does humanism offer? Humanism offers a secular, non-religious framework for understanding and addressing hate. It is a way of life that values reason and compassion. It is guided by rational thought, informed by scientific inquiry, and inspired by the creativity and achievements of human culture. Humanist groups like the Society of Freethinkers, SOFRE, Secular Connexion Séculière, and Humanist Canada recognize that morality does not require a deity. It arises from our shared experiences, our capacity for empathy, and our understanding of the consequences of our actions. Bertrand Russell, the renowned philosopher, observed that human progress depends on cultivating intelligence, compassion, and a sense of responsibility for the welfare of others. Carl Sagan, the celebrated astronomer, reminded us that our universe is vast and unfolds on a scale far beyond human experience, and yet our actions can create meaning, beauty, and justice within it. In Canada, thinkers and educators have long emphasized that social cohesion relies on cultivating civic virtue, ethical reasoning, and mutual respect. These are principles that resonate with human values. So hate often thrives where ignorance, fear, and tribalism take hold, and that's why education matters. When people are taught to see others as threats rather than as neighbors or friends, they respond with blame and prejudice instead of intelligent reflection. Humanists see education as essential in combating these impulses. Understanding history allows us to recognize patterns of oppression. Critical thinking helps us challenge false narratives and resist manipulation. Exposure to art, science, and literature nurtures imagination, curiosity, and empathy. This fosters appreciation for diversity rather than suspicion of it. The ethical imperative is clear. By cultivating critical thinking and awareness of our common humanity, we can reduce the fertile ground in which hate takes root. And thus, we broaden our sense of connection with lives different from our own. So daily news reports illustrate both the persistence of hate and the potential for human action. In Canada, recent debates around immigration, multiculturalism, and Indigenous reconciliation reveal tensions that, if ignored, can deepen into resentment and escalate into hostility. And all around the world, ideological wars fueled by fervent nationalism and religious extremism continue to displace millions of innocent people. Yet, even in the face of such challenges, humanist principles provide practical guidance. Community initiatives that promote dialogue across differences, educational programs that emphasize critical thinking, and civic engagement that safeguards human rights are all real-world demonstrations of how hate can be countered through conscious collective effort. And in this context, humanists recognize that hope is not a passive sentiment or a plea for supernatural intervention. It is a call to action. It is the courage to build understanding. It is fostering cooperation, repairing trust, and shaping a society that values the dignity of every individual. Humanists also stress the importance of taking personal accountability. To combat hate, we cannot simply rely on governments, institutions, or social leaders. Nor can we pray for a cure that Scripture seems to promise, but never brings. Combating hate is in fact the responsibility of every person in daily life. This is a moral human duty, not a religious one. All of us, whether religious or atheist or simply indifferent, possess the capacity and personal agency to contribute toward a more harmonious society. We do this by standing against discrimination, correcting falsehoods, supporting inclusive practices, and modeling ethical behavior. The power of logic and reason, tempered by empathy, enables us to respond to provocation without perpetuating cycles of retaliation or division. When individuals and communities are guided by ethical principles rather than by fear or religious dogma, we can transform intolerance into peaceful understanding. So let's talk about the power of science, logic, and reason in that. Science and logic and evidence-based thinking support this approach. Social psychology demonstrates that hate can be mitigated through exposure to diverse perspectives and cooperative problem solving. Studies of reconciliation and restorative justice show that societies can heal fractured relationships when grounded in mutual recognition and empathy. Humanism embraces these findings, not merely as abstract theory, but as practical tools for human intervention. In a world increasingly interconnected, yet vulnerable to fragmentation, evidence-informed approaches offer us hope and direction in meaningful and personally actionable ways toward peace and understanding. Ultimately, combating hate is an ethical, civic, and human responsibility. It is not a task delegated to an invisible higher power. It is a challenge that requires human intelligence, human creativity, and human courage. Humanism invites us to cultivate understanding and uphold fairness while acting with compassion. We are inspired by the achievements of science and art. We see the enduring potential of human reason, and we are awed by the beauty of our natural world. And thus we are tasked with transforming fear into knowledge, division into dialogue, and prejudice into empathy. We must confront hate, not as an abstract threat, but as a challenge that affects us all. Hate is neither inevitable nor insurmountable. By embracing the principles of humanism, we acknowledge that the solutions lie in our hands. Education, empathy, civic engagement, and moral reflection are our instruments. We can replace hostility with respect and indifference with care. The work is ours. The tools are human. We can shape a world where hate is challenged at every turn by the boundless potential for human decency, not because we're commanded to, but because we choose to. Thank you. And I now invite the Society of Freethinkers for their reading. Thank you.
Humanism is a philosophy of life that affirms our ability to lead meaningful and moral lives while celebrating personal growth and aspiring to the greater good through rational thought, fairness, and empathy. We will be sharing 4 key principles of humanism. Be ethical. Humanists value the inherent moral rewards of honesty, love, empathy, and caring for others, and the social benefits of a supportive community. We are good because we want to be good, not because we're told to be good or out of fear of any punishment, but because being good is its own reward. Treat people with dignity and respect. Humanists embrace cultural diversity, and we support the intrinsic right of every person to receive fair and just consideration under the law. We believe in human rights and civil rights. We promote ethics and rational thought, and we offer a vibrant and welcoming community for everyone.
Thinking critically. Engaging in critical thinking helps us to discern fact from fiction, to objectively assess evidence. With rational discussion of ideas, helps us to determine the best course of action. This mindful process stimulates self-awareness and accountability, challenges us to reflect on our ideas, values, and beliefs, and strengthens personal integrity by cultivating trust and moral integrity. Finally, practicing social responsibility. Humanism holds that by working together and by sharing knowledge and resources, we can improve our ability to understand, nurture, and protect the wondrous and fragile world we live in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of this portion of the conference. I want to thank all of the speakers for their reflections and also for the community members who shared their hymns and their songs. I found, again, like the different faith traditions were on a spectrum, and they evoked for me different emotions. I don't know if they did for you. There was joy, there was reflection, there's connection and peace, and I think that really reflects the importance of this conversation. So thank you to everyone who participated in that. So it's time for a quick break. We're just going to have a brief coffee break, bathroom break, and please come back at 4:50 sharp to start the Q&A session.
Yes, pretty much chilling now.
You know what? Good opportunity to give them battery 50%. I'm just going to switch it out. Because this one's hard to use. Man, that is good.
Hello, everyone. I ask you to please take your seats so we can begin the question and answer portion of the conference. Please take your seats. Let me see what I have here. Yep, and I'm just going to pass the microphone down because I'll do it in order.
Just say we try to leave for an emergency, so we're going to call Ananda.
I'll invite him up.
Ananda, he's a local monk. Just tell him, just announce that. And then to all the speakers, since we are behind time, we really want short, crisp answers.
Short, crisp answers. I'm sure that'll be very easy.
Because we don't want to delay the dinner and then people.
Do you want to do one? Like, do you want to reduce the questions at all, or you'd rather have shorter?
So we have 3 rounds?
Two. Two, and then one last question for me. That's for everyone.
Okay. I think we should do 2 rounds. That's fine. 2 rounds and 1 final?
2 rounds and then one. Two. Everyone gets 2 questions specific to your question, and then the last question.
But the answer shouldn't be more than 90 seconds. Because if you go more than 90 seconds, it's 120 seconds, and then it goes 5 minutes, and then it goes on.
All right. All right, one person, right? We're waiting for, it's sick. Yes, gentlemen. I think we will. Yep, that's great. Okay, we're going to get started now on the question and answer portion of this afternoon. I thank everyone for your questions. We have gone through them and we've selected the ones that most reflect our theme today. We will ask 2 questions for each faith tradition and have our guests respond. I would like to actually invite Ananda up, if you would be so kind to join us this afternoon, to answer questions for the Buddhist tradition. Unfortunately, Dr. Mitra Barua had to leave. Thank you, Ananda. Okay, so as I said, the questions, we selected the questions from those that we collected. The questions were relevant to the conference theme and directed to a specific speaker. Any directed to more than one speaker are not included in this, as we are doing one faith at a time. I'll announce the question and the name of the person who submitted it. Each speaker will have 90 seconds to respond. I will ask a final wrap-up question as the moderator, addressed to all speakers. Our first question today goes to Jay Judkowitz. What is one common misconception about your religion you wish more people understood?
I think the biggest misconception about Judaism and maybe about any religion, I don't know, is people assume a certain uniformity, right? About uniformity of belief or practice or political ideology or location, background, national origin, language. Judaism is an incredibly diverse religion made up of all sorts of people with all sorts of ways of looking at the world. We do have, obviously, common text, common practice, common holidays, but it's very a diverse group of people, and I think the biggest thing would just be not to make assumptions if you meet someone who's Jewish. Oh, they must think this or this. It's most likely going to be off a little bit, at least.
Thank you. Our second question is for Dr. Shiv Talwar. Can you shed light as to how Hindu saints worked to combat hatred?
Could you come closer to me and explain to me the question? Because I have a problem hearing. You need, what is it? Can you read it for me?
Can you shed light as to how Hindu saints worked to combat hatred?
How Hindu faith
Hindu saints
combat hatred. How Hindu faith, I did read from the Bhagavad Gita. There was one verse that we put on the screen and the kids read that verse. Hindu faith does prescribe practices. Those practices, they transform you from inside. And if you do those practices, then you do not hate. Hate, you overcome. And that is something to be worked at. It is not an intellectual approach, it is a physiological approach. And it works. We are all biochemistry driven. Our love is biochemistry driven. Our hate is biochemistry driven too. So if we want to stop hating, we have to really change our biochemistry. We got to get rid of the biochemistry of hate. And that is what I get from Hinduism.
Thank you. Our next question is for Imam Farhan Iqbal. Why did the Holy Prophet continue to preach Islam to others, knowing he could get badly hurt?
It's hard to hear you. So could you repeat it?
Yes. Why did the Holy Prophet continue to preach Islam to others, knowing he could get badly hurt?
Okay. Why did the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of God be upon him, continue to preach, knowing that people would hurt him for doing that? It's because he had the conviction of the message that he was to deliver. And when you look at the life of the prophet, in the beginning, when the first revelation came to him, he himself was very apprehensive and scared of the responsibility that was going to be laid on his shoulders to deliver this message to the entire world. But over time, God granted him the conviction and the yaqeen, the strength of belief to convey that message. And it reached to this point where he was You know, he was even making these predictions that nobody would be able to hurt him. There's a verse of the Holy Quran which says, "Wallahu yasimuka minan nas." Allah told him, God told him that he will be protected from the harm of the people. And there's one incident, I know I have very limited time, so I can just quickly mention one incident, where one person came to him when the prophet was asleep, and his sword was hanging on the tree. And a person comes and grabs the sword and points it towards the prophet and says, who is going to save you from me now? And the Prophet Muhammad very calmly said, Allah, right? And this person started shaking and couldn't hurt him and dropped the sword. And the narration says that he eventually became a Muslim, right? So that was the conviction of his message. Yeah.
I'm going to turn around so that you can hear me. I apologize. This question is for Apkar Singh. Sikhism teaches oneness and no hate, but in today's world we see division and prejudice even within communities. How does the Sikh tradition guide people to live those teachings in a world that often contradicts them?
So, even within the Sikh community, there's still hate. Hate between castes, hate between communities, hate between ideologies. You know, the Sikh tradition is a very diverse tradition with different understandings. And even within those understandings, there's hate. However, the Guru Granth Sahib, the scriptures of the Sikhs, it points towards that reality that exists outside of human-made identities. It points towards love and wisdom. There's the Sikh faith, we call it Gyan Bhakti Sumuchayavad. This is a Sanskrit term. But what that means is that we take love and we take wisdom, and we use both of these to go in that direction that goes beyond hate and goes beyond division. Guru Gobind Singh, he's famous for these famous terms that he's written. Hindu Turka ko Rafshi Imam Safi Manas ki Jat Saba Eka Pehchanabo. That you have Hindus, then you have Muslims. And even within Muslims, there's many sects, there's Sunnis, there's Shias. But he says, there's much division, but still recognize humanity as one. Because geographies, histories, and identities are formulated by societies, and that's what causes division. By having wisdom and keeping love at the forefront, we can overcome hate and division. Thank you.
Thank you. This question is for Clarence. Can you please provide clarity around staying positive and practicing tolerance and love without bias?
Without what?
Bias.
Bias. Wache, Ani, Boju, Sego, Tanse. I am Kiwe Tinwe in the Ne. I'm from the people of the Mushkegowuk, people of the river, Chapleau Cree First Nation, Bear Clan, and I am a beautiful spirit. In our teachings, tobacco always comes first. Tobacco is always number one. And we all know that tobacco can be very harmful if it's used the wrong way. But with us, tobacco's our connection to the ancestors, our connection to the Creator, our connection to sacred people, places, and things. So it's all about prayer. Our drum, when we play our drums, it's a form of prayer. When we lift our pipes up, some of you might know them referred to as peace pipes, but they're prayer pipes. And that's the highest form of prayer that we have. So it's about having all of these things in our bundles available to us to keep us going. And all of those things come from the land. Oh.
Thank you so much. This question is for Ananda. Can you share any incidents from the life of Buddha in combating hate?
For sure. I'm filling in for Dr. Mitra Barua, but I would like to answer that question. Anything from life of Buddha where he had to combat hate. Buddha used to be a princess, so he was quite in contact with the kings in the former Indian state called the 18 major states, Solos Mahajanapada, so there were 18 kingdoms. So these kingdoms, time to time, some were autocratic, some were even democratic, called the Lichavi state, and they get into fights on and off. So then Buddha had a very neutral opinion about the politics of the contemporary India. However, he had to advise kings on certain things. Kings would then come and ask, should we invade this country? And then every time it happened, Buddha would say, well, there are things that you could look into yourself. Like Dr. Mitra was saying that there's aversion in you, there's greed in you, there's delusion in you. Can we look at yourself before we think of invading another country or going into war with other countries? In fact, another person came to Buddha and said, Buddha, I'm planning to go and annihilate your own clan, the Shakya clan. Buddha said, well, I'm not going to comment on your action, but then before you take action, try to see what is your fundamental root of or the need for your invasion. Are you doing it because you want to have more? And by doing that, do you think you will have more? So there's numerous opportunities where people came to Buddha and asked for opinion. What do you think? Should I wage war or should I not? The normal answer people would expect Buddha to say is that don't do that. It's bad or it's please abstain from more. Buddha always said, I am only a mirror. I'm not telling you anything. I'm just trying to show who are you to yourself. So go in that introspective journey, use the tools like mindfulness and seek the answer within you. So that was Buddha's answer, which was always very nonviolent.
Thank you so much. Father Toby, how do we recognize those who use our faith for hate against others?
Say again, please.
How do we recognize those who use our faith for hate against others?
How do we recognize it? There's a common expression in Christianity called you'll know them by their fruits. Are their fruits death and violence? Are they ugly? Or are the outcome, the extended outcome, is it peace? Is it perseverance? Is it love, compassion, empathy? Those kinds of things. So I think sometimes you have to wait because you don't know for sure. I mean, how do we know if what the root motivation is behind someone else? Sometimes we don't even know what the root motivation is behind what we're doing. Sometimes I think so it takes time to process that and to examine what happens afterwards, reflect on it, and then go back to that person, or maybe somebody's coming back to you saying, hey, you might want to look into this because it didn't seem that healthy. It actually seemed quite hateful.
Thank you. Okay, I have a question for Sasan Sanit. Humanism being without the formal structure of faith traditions, what is the motivation to combat hate and spread love?
What is the motivation to combat hate? I don't think we need a formal structure to want to live in a society where people treat each other kindly and with respect and understanding. I think many of us, for our lack of faith, have been targeted for bullying by others who believe very strongly in their hearts that they have the right answer and that we must be evil or wicked in some way if we don't agree with their point of view. So I think that's also true of those who subscribe to a particular religious belief and might be targeted by someone of another religious belief. And, thankfully, none of that has happened in this room today. It's been such a wonderful day. But, outside in the world it happens. So I don't think anyone, whether it's a humanist or someone who's religious, wants to live in a society where that sort of thing happens. So through the use of reason and empathy and compassion and logic and all those good things, but also wanting to build the sort of morality behind a society that we want to live in. We don't need a formal structure or organizational hierarchy to do that. We just need to know what's right and what's wrong. And I think a lot of that is very self-evident to anyone who has explored religion and then chosen not to subscribe to a religion. So it's a good question. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm going to take the microphone because I'll start over here again with Judaism. Thank you. And we'll do our second round of questions from the audience. Jay, how does your faith help believers hold both truth and compassion when dealing with groups or individuals who promote hate?
I think there's a couple of things that breaks down into. One is how you handle yourself, right? How you're able to persevere in the face of hate and other challenges, and then what is your disposition towards the people that are hating. And I think it's so on the first, I think, is the easier part. You know, our faith, our community, our tradition, our history, our knowledge that we've persevered in the past, you know, often through worse than anything, you know, you might see at any given moment. You know, just gives confidence, gives mutual support, take care of each other. And I think that helps you get through it. But I think part of that question was also asking about how you feel about other people, right? And I think there's a difficulty. I think, you know, some religions, I think, preach an absolute love for everybody. And I think that's a very, very high standard to me. It's a beautiful standard, but I think hard for most people to meet. I think most people, the best they can do on that spectrum is to, you know, maybe defend themselves as best they can, but then to be open to forgiveness, right? Judaism has a process called teshuvah, where somebody's able to say, I did wrong, I want to be better, I promise never to do that again, I would like to do some restitution. And while we are commanded to do teshuvah, I think we're also supposed to accept it, right? When other people do come around, when people do learn that hatred isn't the right way, if you just keep punishing them and if you don't give if you're not open to change in people, the world's never going to improve. So I think community on the one hand and teshuvah on the other hand are pretty important.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll come closer.
For sure.
Can you read it?
I will. What are the teachings in Hinduism to treat other religions? Breathing, I think they're talking about your practices. Breathing is good to overcome hate, but are there other practices to overcome hate?
Contemplation. Focus on any topic. One-pointed focus in a state of contemplation. That is the ultimate remover of hate. It works intellectually and also biochemically. It works both ways. The activation of the parasympathetic nervous system, it changes the hate biochemistry. So you get rid of hate that way, and contemplation is the ultimate. Thank you.
Our question about Islam is from a youth attending today. What is the best way to share my religion and remove any misunderstandings at school?
Share my religion, right? Yeah, religion is a very personal matter, right? So it's something that that's not the easiest thing to share with others, right? So you have to find common topics. So if you're a Muslim and you're in an environment where you feel like people have misconceptions about Islam, maybe those are some of the topics that you can talk about. I would suggest that, if you are from the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, here in Waterloo, we have our mosques, our centers. The best thing is to invite them over for a cup of coffee, right? A few years ago, we had this, and we continue to maintain this campaign of coffee in Islam. And just to invite them over to the center and have a cup of coffee, and then you can talk about common areas of discussion. Nowadays, a lot of people talk about immigration, and the non-Muslims sometimes don't have the opportunity to meet with Muslims. We have a van standing outside that has it is labeled as "I am a Muslim, ask me anything," and the idea is for people to come and talk to us, and just talking itself or visiting the mosque itself will bring down so many of those barriers that exist. Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, our question for Upkar Singh. You referred to experiencing hate, for example, after 9/11, wearing the turban. So is wearing a turban a religious or cultural wearing, and what are your experiences with that?
So me personally, I haven't had any, thankfully, I haven't had any experiences like that. However, Sikhs in America, United States, many have been murdered, such as Balbir Singh Sodhi, who was murdered outside of a gas station right after 9/11 because he was accused of being a perpetrator. So thankfully, I haven't faced that. The turban is for us to, so it begins with the sacrifice of the 9th Guru, Guru Tegh Bahadur. When Guru Tegh Bahadur was executed in Delhi by the Mughal Empire, and because there was no identity, no Sikh stood up to take the body of Guru Tegh Bahadur, take the head of Guru Tegh Bahadur back to Anandpur where the Sikhs were. So because of this event, Guru Gobind Singh promised and wrote that there would be an uprising where outside of a crowd of thousands, a Sikh can be identified. Because Guru Gobind Singh created this, uprising, this revolution of warriors who would stand up against injustice, who would stand up for the poor, who would stand up for those that are being oppressed. So that is what the turban represents. The turban, it comes from a Persian Indian culture of nobility. And Guru Gobind Singh, allowing all Sikhs to wear this, he gave nobility to peasants, right? So that was the purpose behind the turban. Unfortunately, the turban has been an identifier where many Sikhs have been murdered, mobs of violence have chased Sikhs, in the streets of Delhi. However, Sikhs have stood strong and have kept this turban. It's still, everyone is still tying these turbans. And this represents the zeal, the strength that the Sikhs have to show that this turban represents that I stand by forgiveness, I stand by humility, I stand by kindness, that I stand by oneness. So that is what the turban represents. Thank you.
Thank you. Clarence, why do some choose to hate over goodness in the indigenous tradition? From
I think we could just say, why do people, just hate, right? Thank you. In our teachings, we believe life starts in the east, where that sun comes up. And that's actually where we believe we come into this world, through the eastern door. So when we're born, we all come in through that door, through my understanding. And we come from spirit. We come from spirit. So we're as pure can be. And it's throughout those 4 stages of life, when we're an infant, we're an adolescent, we're an adult, and then we're an elder, is where that conditioning takes place. To hate, to stereotype, to judge. As Indigenous people, we're land-based people. The land is our mother. It's our responsibility to steward her. We don't own it. And we learn everything from the land and from the animals. That's where our teachings come from. And from the star system. The animals don't know what it's like to hate. The star system, the solar systems, don't know what it's like to hate. This comes from people, comes from us. There's nobody else to blame but us. What fuels this hate. But as Indigenous people, we learn everything from the land, and the land gives us everything that all of us need to sustain life. Oh.
Thank you. Ananda, what does justice look like in your tradition? And how is justice pursued without cultivating reciprocal hatred?
The last part?
What does justice look like in your religion and in your tradition, and how is justice pursued without cultivating reciprocal hatred?
Right. So how's justice perceived in the Buddhist tradition? Justice can be many-layered, multi-layered. So let's start with social justice. Buddha stood for complete non-judgmental observation, which is the foundation of the mindfulness. So in Buddhist tradition, Buddha said that the divisions that we create are based on a conceptual thought that you had. So Buddhism is also very close to sort of deconstructing the reality. So then in Buddhism, you understand that there are 2 layers of reality. One is the conventional reality. In conventional reality, which is like Canadian dollars, we have a convention. People in Canada agrees to that, but the little kids, the people who are not interested about Canada, does not agree to that. But it's still a truth, because we can go to Tim Hortons and trade it for a coffee. However, if you deconstruct that idea that truth is not so truthful, I mean, it's not a fundamental truth. So the justice that we have in terms of, the injustice that we have in terms of division of based on the caste, where you were born, or which faith tradition or belief system that you believe in, is fundamentally not considered as a truth in Buddhism. So then again, it goes back to trying to identify what's the root cause, what's in the bottom of it, how the very thing that we are divided upon, is that really a foundation, is there a foundation to that, or is it a baseless division? So in terms of that, Buddhism considers justice when that you are not divided by anything, when you understand the basic form of being, which is your mindfulness observation. That's the basic form of being. So that's what Buddhism says about justice.
Thank you. Father Toby, what are the responsibilities of the Catholic faith leaders to combat hate in Waterloo region?
Well, first of all, to build a solid parish or church community that not only preaches and teaches to combat hate, it's unacceptable, but that stands up whenever it's present. So I think hatred spreads when good people stand by and do nothing, Christian or not, and it's our responsibility to stay in touch with the larger community and stand up for people who are victims of hate. even though sometimes it may be very complicated. You may have people of two different faith traditions who may be in conflict. Do you stand up for this one? Do you stand up for that one? Or can you stand up against hate? And how do you do that? How do you promote, maybe talks? How do you ask how people are doing? Check in with them. I mean, the social sciences have so much to say about this, and they're great tools. But from a faith perspective, we're really authentic, I think, if we at least take a stand and begin a conversation acknowledging that people are being hurt. And I think when we do that, we're responding from a Christian perspective.
Thank you so much. All right, the humanist perspective. As a humanist, a human has a choice to choose right over wrong with no accountability to a higher force. Why would I choose right over wrong when there are no consequences?
Well, there are many consequences. When you choose right or wrong, there are consequences. There are human consequences. I think sometimes somebody who is brought up in a very religious environment might assume that humans are naturally wicked, that we're somehow inherently or intrinsically wicked people who, but for the threat of punishment from a higher power, might go around hurting and killing people for fun. And I promise you, no atheist, no humanist is like that. People are not generally like that. I mean, a few people in history, maybe a lot of people in history have been like that, but they're a tiny minority of the human population. Most of us want to live in a peaceful world. We want to walk the streets safely. We want to raise our families safely. We have no desire to commit crimes or violence or acts of hatred against others. From a humanist perspective, we certainly don't need the threat of punishment from a higher power to prevent us from doing something that is harmful. And we also don't need the promise of a reward from a higher power to do something that is beneficial. We just want to live in a good society where we get along and don't have to be afraid of each other. So we just build a system of morality that's based on reason and empathy and compassion. And that's all any of us can do. It's not about punishment or reward from a higher power. Or at least, I hope it's not.
Thank you. I'm going to leave you with the microphone because we're just going to come back this way. I have one final question that is for everyone. How do women within your tradition support and contribute to the core teachings of your faith, particularly in promoting unity and countering hate?
You want me to start? How do women in our community contribute? Growing up, coincidentally or not, most of my teachers were women, both in, throughout like public school and in university. In my family, the women have all been educated and outspoken and very well-read people who, for me growing up, I always saw women as a source of intellectual power within society. As an adult, I came to learn that sometimes within some families or communities, that's not always seen that way, or that women are held back from achieving their fullest potential because that's not seen as their assigned role in society. I still don't know how to process that because it's not an environment that I grew up with. With humanism, and to be clear, because I don't think I said any of this in my talk, I didn't grow up in a religious household and then leave religion. I simply grew up in a non-religious household. And so the roles of men and women weren't defined in any way other than what each individual person could contribute. So honestly, I'm probably not even the best person to ask that question, but I hope that provides some insight.
It does. I'm wondering perhaps if I can then just add, were the women that you grew up with or in your household, Do they share your perspectives on combating hate? Do they have their own contributions towards that?
The women in my household, and as well as my extended family, all had the experience of leaving Iran either shortly before or shortly after the revolution that took place in 1979, prior to which Iran, as far as Middle Eastern countries go, was a very, very socially progressive nation, especially for that time. Following that, there are all set of new rules. There are all kinds of jobs that women were in that they were no longer allowed to perform. They were removed. Not all, but many were removed from certain programs in university that they were no longer allowed to study or to teach. They were forced to cover their hair and the extreme modesty in dress, things like all these rules were enforced on women and only on women. And so the women in my family, not all of them experienced that because many did coincidentally leave Iran before that revolution happened. But after that, those who did also went through that. So I think what they saw was the sort of hate that can breed when a tiny minority of the population seizes power and then equates religious authority with political power and then imposes their own brand of morality on an entire population who never asked them for their input. So I think they would have some unique insights into that, but not in my own personal lived experience.
Thank you.
I'll preface my answer with, I believe the Catholic Church does have a lot of room to grow when it comes to incorporating women into its mission and ministry, and going through the formation process and being ordained for 17 years now. I've seen women in many different places and experienced the benefit of their particular wisdom and perspective on things. Professors, teachers, chaplains in high schools and hospitals. We have more than half of our staff are women, whether it's in outreach or liturgical ministry, helping out in various capacities. So I think the key in clashes where tradition and the times in which we live and operate in Canada, when there are clashes, for me, you move forward, I think, with humility and with servant leadership. So you're constantly trying to build each other up and embrace each other's gifts, given, at least within the Catholic Church, the global teachings and traditions that we inherit.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify as well, is there women's wisdom that comes into play in your faith traditions that helps to combat hate?
So wisdom, by definition, in our tradition is feminine, and so we call her Sophia, and I know we're not the only faith tradition that does that. So wisdom herself is wise and has a great intuition. It definitely plays a role in all that we do, and we listen for the ways forward in the room that surface in various capacities, and oftentimes it is from women. And every priest has a mother or a mother figure in their lives, and if they're wise, they listen to her, and she has lots of wisdom to impart.
Yeah, so I'll answer this in 3 points. The first point is in Dr. Mitra's presentation. He said not the Buddha, but a Buddha. Because in Buddhism, as long as you understand your nature of your conscious experience, you can be enlightened. So it's not divided to men or women. So that patriarchic thing is not a part of the Buddhist tradition. Anyone can be anything or be enlightened for that matter. In that note, I also see, before I became a monk, I was into certain extreme sports. And all the extreme sport-related injuries, if you look at the statistics, are mostly men. So it's all the accidents in extreme sports, like surfing to all these extreme sports, It's not a risk-related thing, but it's a more testosterone thing which causes the accidents. And if you again look at who dies in wars and the number of people who die, it's more predominantly male-related thing. So it's very natural to conclude that women are contributing to peace and cohesion more than men, because men seems to be doing the wars. On that note, the third one is that in Buddhism, if you go to a Vietnamese or a Chinese temple, you will see the goddess at the entrance, not a goddess, a bodhisattva called Guanyin or Avalokiteshwaranath. Now that's the goddess, a matriarchic figure, a motherly figure, who's the bodhisattva or someone who's aspiring to be a Buddha, the bodhisattva of compassion. And earlier when the kids chanted that, it's called the Metta Sutta, the sutta or the discourse on compassion. So compassion is depicted through a woman in Buddhism. So I think that answers that women compassion goes hand in hand.
Wache ani boju sego. I'm Kiwe Tinwe in the Ne. That name translates into North Wind Man. I'm from the people of the Mushkegowuk, people of the river, Chapleau Cree First Nation Bear Clan, and I am a beautiful spirit. Well, life's all about balance through our lens. You need the masculine, you need the feminine. And actually, that's how all of us got here, because they came together. And we also have the two-spirited, which have always been in our communities. And we've never made fun of them. They've just always been there. I think it's pretty self-explanatory when we call the earth our mother, right? She gives us everything that we need to sustain life. Also, within a lot of our nations, the women are the ones that make the decisions. The women make the decisions because when they make those decisions, they're heart-based decisions. And the decisions they make today are actually taking into account what the community needs and what are the needs of the generations that aren't here yet. At Crowshield Lodge, I answer to 4 women, along with my partner, that tell me what to do. They oversee what I do, and if they have any questions, they call me in. Why do I do that? Because the work that I do is for the community. The work that I do is for those generations that aren't here yet. And it can't be fueled with hate. It'll just separate us. What we do are we rebuild those bridges. So we build them with kindness, with empathy, with acceptance, and with love. Thank you very much.
In the Sikh tradition, women have a very, very special place. A woman's womb, where a child is born, and all of us have been in a woman's womb. That is a place where no identity, no ego, no hatred can penetrate. That is where we are free. And the moment we come into this world, we take on our father's last name, we take on our father's caste, our father's religion, and boom, now we're in hatred, now we're in division. The woman's womb is where we are united, where we were in that void. Guru Amar Das, the third Guru, he removed the veil of the woman, said, no, woman will sit up equal with men. Guru Nanak, Guru Arjan, they declared that the spiritual path of liberation is one and the same for men and women. Sikh history, the longest leader who reigned the longest was a woman, the wife of Guru Gobind Singh, who led the Sikhs from rebels living in the forest to an empire. And that was a woman. Her name was Mata Sahib Kaur. So women have always been given a special place. To find God, it is femininity that takes us to God. Masculinity keeps us here in our hatred. Even Guru Gobind Singh in his writings, he takes the non-dual divine, the underlying reality, the fundamental reality, and makes it feminine. He calls it the goddess, Shakti. And this goddess leads us to break these divisions, to break hatred, to fight against oppression. He calls upon the feminine. Today, we need to be better. Today, the Sikh community, we're not following our teachings at all. Instead, we've delved into culture, and we have many Punjabis in this room, Muslim and Sikh. And you guys know what I'm talking about. Punjabi culture is what's keeping us down and not allowing women to realize the equality that they have within the Sikh tradition. Thank you.
In the Islamic tradition, women have a very high status. The Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of God be upon him, there are many traditions attributed to him about women and giving them their respect and their space. For instance, he once said that paradise lies under the feet of the mother. So this kind of statement has been made regarding the mother, and there's no equivalent regarding men. In the Holy Quran, it is stated, "Ashiruhunna bil maruf," treat women in maruf ways. And maruf is a very Arabic term that is very heavy with meaning, and there is no statement of a similar kind regarding men. So Islam gives a lot of respect and honor to women. And your question was also about women being in a leadership role or being a source of wisdom. Again, if we go back to the time of the Prophet, he said that you can learn half of the faith from Aisha, his wife, Hazrat Aisha, may Allah be pleased with her. And tens of thousands of traditions about Prophet Muhammad, we learn from Aisha. So Aisha is the prime narrator, one of the most quoted people in the Islamic tradition. So when I talked about Islamic sources, after the Quran is the Hadith, or the traditions of Prophet Muhammad. And the most quoted narrator, there's one other person, but after that person is Aisha, right? So in that sense also, a lot of the Islamic tradition and Islamic wisdom is coming via Aisha. In the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, to speak about present day, in the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, we have a women's organization, and they have their own hierarchy, and they have their own president. And we have in universities the Ahmadiyya Muslim Students Association, where women have an equal part in organizing events. And the women's organization organizes their own events as well. For instance, recently they had these Religious Founders Day events, women-only events that they have been organizing. So again, as I answered my previous question, if you want to know more, if you want to see it for yourself, you should come and visit our mosques and connect with us so that you can see in person what kind of a role women have in our mosques. Yeah, thank you.
The Hindu scriptures called the Vedas are compilations of insights of rishis. R-I-S-H-I, rishi is a Sanskrit word meaning a person with eyes that can see what others miss out. Most of the ordinary people don't see subtle things, and rishis are those people, men and women, who can see the subtleties of existence. and their insights are the Vedas. So men and women both have contributed to the Vedic insights. Thank you.
First off, I'd just like to thank you for your moderation, the World Religions Conference for providing this amazing forum, the Ahmadiyya community for hosting and bringing everybody together, and for all you attendees who stuck with us this whole time. We really appreciate it. I'm sure everybody else as well. I just had the good fortune of being the last one. This is a little bit of a risky question in that there's sort of an implication that there's a male way to combat hate and a female way to combat hate, and then that I, as the eighth man in the road, to comment on the women's way of combating hate. So I think I'm going to try to avoid that. But I will say, with regard to Judaism, women leadership has been there from the very beginning. I know our tradition teaches us a certain literalism that the Bible was handed down in one fell swoop, but modern scholarship and linguistic analysis tells us that it evolved over time. And the very earliest parts, the earliest language, are the Song of the Sea, attributed to Miriam, and the Song of Deborah, one of the early judges before the time of the kings. So with Miriam and Deborah, we know scholastically women have been leaders in Judaism from the very beginning. When we look at recent decades, Jewish women have been very prominent in society in their leadership, right? If you look at the feminist movement and everything that it brought to talking about social justice, a lot of those leaders were, over the last decades, were Jewish women, right? I think it's reasonably well known. And today, most of the Jewish movements, not all, but most of them will ordain Jewish rabbis, women rabbis, and will have women lay leaders. In fact, our Temple Shalom, our last two rabbis have both been women. 2 of the last 3 presidents have been women. You just got the unfortunate, of those 5 people, I'm the one who's here. But I did have my talk reviewed by Rabbi Miriam. Everything I said up there, she gave her blessing to. I would not have gotten up here and spoken on religious tradition without Rabbi Miriam's review. In our temple, we have a very traditional Torah commentary, and there's also a Torah commentary that it's literally called a women's commentary, where it's all the commentaries are written by women, right? And it does have a different character. Again, I'm not going to put my foot in trying to describe the different character, but we want to make sure that voice is there. We want to make sure that women are heard as well as men in Temple Shalom. And so, yeah, I mean, you can't talk about how to end such a pervasive problem in the world as hatred while silencing half the voices. That just won't work. So we're proud to have as many voices as we can get in Judaism.
Thank you. Thank you so much for an excellent question and answer. It was really great. I would now like to invite Nabil Rana, World Religions Conference event coordinator, to come forward to the stage to share some final words.
Thank you and assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, as the event coordinator of the 43rd World Religions Conference, it is my pleasure to present this vote of thanks. First and foremost, our thanks is always to Almighty God, who gave us the strength and motivation to hold such an event. An event of this nature involves tremendous support and coordination from different faiths and philosophical groups. Hence, there is not enough, I can say, to thank so many organizations that have helped us organize this conference. Many thanks to Martin Luther College University and Wilfrid Laurier University, and this year to the Waterloo Regional Police Service as well for their tremendous support for this event. we are also grateful to almost 27 other organizations that are our partners. We are surely blessed to live in a region rich in diversity. We are lucky to have great partners for this conference, and this speaks of the great diversity in this region. Organizing such a conference does not come without challenges. Faith communities carry unique sensitivities, yet today we have once again demonstrated that we can come together with respect and compassion and a shared purpose and set an example for the world. Our sincere appreciation to all speakers who offered their thoughtful and enlightening perspectives on this year's theme. We are thankful to our moderator, Mary, for doing a tremendous job and trying to keep as much as possible on time. We are sure she has a lot to take back to the council and talk about it. To our audience, thank you for giving your valuable time and supporting the interfaith harmony and supporting the concept of interfaith. A very special acknowledgement goes to all our volunteers, and at this time, not at this time, later. We're first going to recognize the speakers. This conference is a result of countless hours of dedication, late nights, and tireless teamwork. Your selfless service is truly a backbone for this event. At this time, I request the conference chair, Dr. Ahmed Imran, to please join me on the stage. I also invite our national president, Mr. Lal Khan Malik, national vice president Farhan Khokar, regional president Mumtaz Ahmed, any other vice presidents or regional presidents present, please join us on the stage. I think the national general secretary was here. If he's still here, please join us as well on the stage. Now I invite the speakers. We want to give them a token of our appreciation. To represent Judaism, Mr. J. Judkovic, please come forward and Muzaffar. To represent Hinduism, Dr. Shiv Talwar. To represent Islam, Imam Farhan Iqbal. Representing Buddhism, Dr. Mitra, on behalf of Dr. Mitra Bra, I'm going to invite Ananda to take the award. Representing the indigenous, Clarence Kakaji. Representing Sikhism, Upkar Singh. Representing Christianity, Father Toby Collins. Representing humanism, Sasan Sanai. And of course, I would like to invite our moderator, Mary Lou Rowe, for her. We also have a plaque for Martin Luther University, if anybody's here, if the principal, Christine is here. So I would request the president of Martin Luther University to please come and accept. If there's anybody here, or they have all left, from Waterloo Regional Police Service, I would ask them to please come up as well. At this time, I'm going to take a moment to remember somebody who was with us for the last, I think, 42 years or so, ever since this event has been happening, but he passed away last year. So I'm gonna ask Safi Hafizada to please join us on the stage, and we present a little award in memory of Habib Hafizada, who has been doing this event for for the last 42 years or so. Exactly. At this point, I'm going to invite all the volunteers of this event to line up on stage for a quick photo op. You guys can come up. And I think the speakers will probably have to, I think it's better to stand.
Very good questions. Do you have to have all of them? I'd love to read.
We only have about 2.5 minutes or less than that to get this picture. So I would ask all the volunteers to quickly come to the stage because we don't have much time. 30 seconds.
Let me go. Masood bhai, please.
Yeah, I think you need to do a draw and a dua. So the moderator is going to do a draw for next year, and after that we will have a silent prayer, and before we head out for dinner. Thank you. Yes. Draw के बाद दुआ होगी. Draw. वो एक draw करते हैं. Yeah, you can do the draw yourself.
Okay.
And then call our national president to do a silent prayer.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Judaism is one. Okay. Next year, our first speaker will be from the Judaism perspective. The second will be Hinduism. Is that the same as this year?
Yeah, both of them so
All right,
far.
I gotta turn it around. Let me see what I can do.
We don't know.
Oh.
Same.
Same. Third is Islam. I know, I'm trying to shuffle, right?
They're going to say we rigged this
I
exercise
know.
every year.
Fourth is indigenous. Is that the same?
A little bit different. Put this there.
Fifth is humanism. Okay, that's all right. Sixth is Christianity. Seventh is Buddhism. And that means, oops, 8, yep, will be Sikhism. Okay, good. All right, and then I'll just do,
recorded. It was live streamed.
okay. So I'm just going to close and then,
Close and call for silent prayer.
all right. All right. I just have a few remarks before we have our closing prayer. Thank you to our speakers and to all of you for being part of today's conversation. We've seen that while our traditions differ, we share a commitment to compassion, understanding, and standing against hate. Before we close, though, please remember to fill out the survey form in your welcome package. We hope you'll join us for the 44th World Religions Conference in 2026. The date and theme are yet to be announced. And as you leave, I invite you to turn to your neighbor, share a greeting or handshake, and connect with someone new. Let's carry the spirit of understanding and kindness from today into our communities. I would now like to invite Lal Khan Malik, National President, to lead a silent multi-faith prayer.
Please join me in the silent prayer. You may pray in whatever manner you like. Amen. Thank you. And thank you very much again.
Yes, I
We are limited appreciation for your kindness and help.
This is an announcement for the Muslim community. We will have our usual Isha night prayer at 8:30, and we'll be combining the Maghrib prayer with that, and that is the evening prayer at the mosque as usual. There's no change. Thank you.
I'm just putting this here. The police were not here for that.